Whew, man, we changed that. Boom. There we go. Anyway, what's up, everybody? Happy Saturday. Hope everybody's doing. I got the morning cup of Joe or Joanne, whatever you want to call it. Uh, so, brother was hungry. I was trying to eat something real quick, get myself some energy, make sure I'm good to go for you guys. And shout out to David Smith for giving me homework. Um, so I was looking into this whole first apron, second apron thing. Um, I looked into it when they first mentioned it, but I'm older now. I'm not the best at retaining stuff that I'm learning these days. It's like if you know it, you know it. Anything new at this point, I need to study. Anyway, so we'll talk about that. Shout out to David adding content to the show. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about that a little bit. All right. So first off, let me just say happy Saturday to everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope you and your families are safe and healthy. Um, what do we got going on today? Today is, hey man, listen, in the New York area, it's 72 degrees, going up to a high of 81. It's been a little off and on with the rain lately, so today is very nice. All day, beautiful, sunny skies. Very nice, very nice. Can't be mad at that. Yeah, in the next few days, high 70s, and then later next week, all 80s. Yeah, so definitely getting the nice weather. It's here, folks. It's here. All right. Let me definitely shout out the chat and everyone. Thank you guys for being here and rocking with me and supporting the show. It's definitely appreciated. Let me turn this on real quick. I apologize, guys. Usually I try to turn it on before the show starts, but sometimes, you know what I mean? Sometimes I don't. I like to see who pops in. But, where the heck is it? There we go. And yeah, but the other thing is, not only does it help people who help me, should I say, for like people who are interested in the show to subscribe, but it also keeps the trolls and bots out. So I don't want to have no weird stuff popping in on my show in the chat, and then I gotta be like, what the hell's going on? This kind of helps keep that stuff at bay because wild stuff be happening sometimes. Where are you? Here we go. There, boom, and boom. Okay. There you go. All right, so back to the regular scheduled programming. Shout out to everybody who's here and rocking. Shout out to my guy Walter Blackman. Appreciate you. Salute, my brother. I hope you are doing well, you and yours. Happy Saturday. My guy Andios in the building. Appreciate you, my brother. He says salute, salute. I mean, first off, let me just say Walter Blackman said good morning, Ron. Yeah. Andios says salute, salute. Peace, love, blessings to us all. Hit that like, subscribe to the channel and enjoy the show, man. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Excuse me. My guy Kareem Grant. What up, brother? Salute to you, man. Hope you're doing well. I keep telling you, man, it's been too long since I actually seen your face in person, bro. So the next time something happens, man, I hope you can be there and we can chop it up a little bit. It's been a minute. Let's see. So here, this is David's comment that kind of I was reading while I was eating my breakfast. I said, you know what? Let me look into this, David. So David Smith is in the building. Salute to you. He says, salute to Ron in the chat. I haven't really studied it, but what is this first and second apron rule in the NBA now? Doesn't sound good for the Knicks and their ability to make big trades. Okay. Then he also said these 1st and 2nd April rules seem very restrictive on making trades. Don't like the sound of it at all. Sounds like a bad idea from the NBA. Thoughts, Ron? Okay, I got you, brother. Shout out to Dwayne Dennis in the building. Let me star that one. Dwayne Dennis said, good afternoon to Ron plus SKF chat. I hope that we re-sign those that we need to resign, but also fill the whole star scorer. I think this team needs some toughness too, but definitely scoring. Agreed. Deron Wayne says, salute to you, by the way, my brother. He said, good day to all, and especially you, Ron, who make Saturday a little brighter. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, man, it's a labor of love. I love being here talking with you guys about the Knicks. I know it's a little more down right now. I mean down in general, just because there's no Knick basketball. But you know what I mean? Like, we're here to talk about whatever needs to be talked about. So, and missing out on some of that really beautiful weather out there. But y'all enjoy, man. Y'all got the best of both worlds, because if y'all are interested in listening to the show and chopping it up, y'all can take it, take me with you on your phone. You can go out there, get yourself a nice little walk in the breeze, and enjoy the beautiful weather that you might be experiencing. So shout out to all of y'all, man. Enjoy it, man. I appreciate y'all that be here and rock with me, but I understand, man. It's Saturday. It's beautiful out there. Your families, or even just for yourself, being able to go out there and enjoy it and walk around, do whatever you want to do. I get it. But I'm here either way. Well, I mean, most of the time. There's going to be a once in a blue that I'm going to be like, nah, man. Deuces, y'all. I'll catch y'all next week. But right now, I'm here. Darren Hood is in the building. Salute, my brother. I hope you're doing well. He says, salute, Ron. My guy Mets 2128 in the building. Salute, Mets. He says, salute, Ron. That is an interesting avatar, Mets. I don't know if I noticed that before. Maybe I'm tripping. It's weird because I don't know if that's you and a friend or whoever, but it's almost like you're the attraction. If I'm, somebody's coming to see you, bro. That's dope. Miguel P is in the building. Salute, Miguel. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Ankra in the building. He salute, bro. He said, give Thibs a 6-month contract, man. You making him work hard, bro. Making him work. Sheesh. Just Knicks in the building. Salute. What's good? My guy. Appreciate you, bro. Andrew Gutierrez is in the building. Salute. What's good? Hope you're doing well. Nick P is in the building. Salute, Nick. Hope you're doing good. Animal Lex is in the building. Salute. He says, salute, everyone. I hear Rokas might be joining the Knicks next season. Hey, you know what, Animal Man? I'm gonna go into the I'll believe it when I see it bag for Rokas. I can't like, at some point Rokas has to make a decision. You know what I mean? At some point Rokas needs to say, yeah, I'm gonna go take my chances and try my luck at being an NBA player for the New York Knicks or any team. But at some point he's got to say, I'm ready. It's been a little while now. You know what I mean? If this was NBA rules, he would already be on the end of his rookie contract. Like what are we doing here? Come on, Rokas. Now I know that he said he might join the summer league depending on if his team gets knocked out. I mean, that's fair because he does have an allegiance and a commitment, and he is signed to that team. So he has to show love to them and see where it goes. But outside of that, at some point, you got to say, if I wanted to put myself in the draft to be in the NBA, then at some point I need to come to the NBA. I'm just saying, come on. What are we doing here? Shout out to JJ. Salute my guy Ron. Happy Saturday, brother. Hope all is well with you and yours. And same to you and yours, JJ. I hope you're doing okay. I hope everybody else is doing okay. I appreciate you, my brother. JW is in the building. Salute, Ron. Peace to the chat. Peace to you, my brother. Ala Wise in the building. Appreciate you, bro. Always good to see you, Ala. He said, peace, Ron. Thank you, Darren. Anna Grill's in the building. Salute, Anna Grill. Appreciate you. What up? Hey, what's going on? Panama Ray's in the building. Salute, my brother. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a minute. He said, yo, Ron, hope all is well. Am I in the minority that DeJounte Murray is the name we should target this offseason? And how would a trade impact us regarding the apron with that deal? Okay. So what I'll do is when I talk about the apron stuff, I'm going to talk about it in general, but you'll see how it affects us with regards to DeJounte or anybody. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'll definitely I'll let me start this one. So I come back and we talk about the DeJounte possibility. Nick P says, hate to say it, as much as I love our centers, we have way too much salary vested in that position. Yeah. I mean, listen, I always felt like that might be the case, but I felt like our centers were so unique and talented in their own way and fit into Thibodeau's style of play that it didn't make that big of a difference. And I still kind of feel that way, even though I know these guys are limited offensively, but what they can do rebounding defensively, what Mitch brings, his intimidation factor. Because say what you will, guys, people don't like to test Mitch. They test Hartenstein way more, right? And then Hartenstein's ability to move the ball and help the offense flow. I think those are big things. The problem is you got Hartenstein who's playing injured. He's still playing, up to par. He has his moments. He goes up and down. And then you got Mitch who's just never healthy. So it kind of takes away from that idea that it makes sense to do that. If the guy can't stay healthy, then I don't know what to say. I don't know how can you benefit from having a limited offensive roster from the center position and capitalize on the defensive strengths and the rebounding if even the guys who do that, there's other issues like Hartenstein sometimes can't show up all the time because he is no matter what everybody thinks, Hartenstein's been playing hurt all year. Okay. But it is what it is. You deal with it. But Mitch just not being available, missing 50 games and then coming back and then having to go out again, like it's just not enough from Mitch. So I think that's what it comes down to. So at some point, I think it's more about health and getting guys that can be out there and add value to the team. And so if that's the case, then if you're going to have to switch up things, you might as well look for more well-rounded talent. You know what I mean? I don't have a problem bringing Hartenstein back as long as the Knicks can afford it. But if you bring Hartenstein back, I think you got to let Mitch go. And if you let Mitch go, I think you got to go out there and get yourself a more well-rounded center. It's the evolution of the game. I don't care if I don't need a stretch center. A stretch center would be nice because it gives you something that would really open up the offense for the Knicks and open up the offense for Brunson. But that's not necessarily a need. It's more like a want. What the Knicks should be looking at is just somebody who can put the ball in the basket, rebound, and defend. You know what I mean? You don't have to be a guy who can shoot threes, but he needs to be able to score a little bit around the basket and be able to knock down free throws. Doesn't have to be 80%. Doesn't have to be 70%. But it's got to be 60% or better. Can't be shooting 38% from the free throw line. Mitch, come on, baby. Let's go. Come on, man. That's just not going to work. So, all right. RD Barn is in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Hope you're doing well. And I always say my brother. I assume. I don't know. Shout out to you, whoever you are. Miguel P says Rokas could be our secondary ball handler, but his comments indicate that he wants to start. Listen, let me tell you something. That's the problem with Rokas. He's a young guy. But remember, I think a lot of Rokas's comments from the past were just that in the past when the Knick roster and the Knick team was different. Like Rokas saw this team and he said, who's over there? You know what I mean? You got Kemba Walker. He's an aging veteran. Rokas might say to himself, Yeah, he's better than me offensively, but I play better defense than him. I give enough offense that I can work within your offense. I move the ball, I pass the ball better than him. I think Rokas just said, yeah, if that's who they want to start, I'm not going over there right now. You know what I mean? Then Derrick Rose, I definitely don't think he thought he was better than Derrick Rose, but he's like, okay, so you got Kemba over there, you got Derrick Rose. Nah, that ain't gonna work for me. I need more playing time, right? Then they're featuring IQ. He's like, and he saw that firsthand because when he was with us in the summer league, IQ was the one running the offense. He's like, nah. So you got Kemba, you got Derrick, you got IQ that you're trying to make him a point guard, and you want me to be here too? Nope, it's too much. Not gonna work. So I understood all that, right? But Kemba's gone, IQ's gone, and Derrick Rose is obviously gone, and then you got Deuce McBride, right? And so is Deuce a better all-around player than Rokas? Maybe. Slightly. And you guys might be like, what? Slightly. I mean, we haven't seen Rokas do anything. Rokas got a lot of talent, okay? And the thing is, where he's playing, they are a systematic situation over there. Their defense is systematic, but their offense is systematic. They do things a certain way. So it's almost like watching a college basketball team that runs a system and tells players to do this, do this, do this, do this, and stay in that lane, right? It's the same thing we used to see with some of the older teams, the Duke teams, the North Carolina teams, where they had guys just play the system and don't let them go nut or go crazy out there. You know what I mean? It's and so Rokas is in a similar type system where he's playing. They have roles and they stick within the roles, and you can't go, do whatever the hell you want out there on the court. They run, a systematic offense. So what you think Rokas is, I'm saying he can be better than that, because if you give him the keys and say, oh, do your thing, you can still stay within the system, but here, have some liberties. Go break down your defender, or go take this shot and let it fly. In the NBA, he could be a little bit more dynamic with regards to that. So because of that, I'm going to say that maybe, at some point, maybe Rokas could be a little better than Deuce because of some of the things he can do. Deuce is obviously the better defender. But I want to say this. People kind of confuse this a lot. Rokas is not a slouch on defense. He's not a slouch. He's not Deuce, but he's not a slouch. And he's got good size for his position, so he can do some other things, like he can grab a rebound here and there. You know what I mean? He can add 3-4 rebounds to his to his thing. He's not Josh Hart, but the point is he can do some stuff all around. He's got a sweet touch when he shoots. And that is more about repetition, practice, and volume. If he comes over here to the States and starts to be able to, they give him the keys and say, yeah, take your shots, I think you see Rokas start to light it up a little bit. Once again, I'm not saying he's an incredible scorer. I'm just saying he can score. And then, his layup game, his package is, his layup package is dope. He can finish around the rim. Not a problem there. He's kind of slick with the ball. He has some good passing ability in him. He sees the court pretty well. Much better than Deuce. And what else? I mean, yeah, he's just a solid shooter, solid free throw shooter. So they kind of match up there. But I just think that Rokas would be a nice backup for Brunson. Of course, he's another lefty. Jesus. But it is what it is. I think he would be a nice backup. If the Knicks didn't see, that's why the Knicks, I think, are in a really interesting position. As long as everybody plays in, if Rokas is on board, they don't have to go out and really find themselves a backup point guard. But it's the trust factor too. Will Thibs trust Rokas out the gate? He's seen him. He's been with the club. It's not like they're not following him. And Rokas is coming over here with experience. It's not like he's a rookie. He's playing over there in a professional league. So maybe he comes over here and gets the keys to be the backup if he wanted to. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's a whole interesting thing with Rokas. I just want it to be done already. This year it needs to be done. Either he's coming over here or the Knicks is trading his pick and his rights, and let's move off of the Rokas thing, because this is at some point this is crazy. All right, shout out to King Ribby in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Oh, hold on one second. And he said, salute, like, subscribe, share, by the way. Shout out to Ron and y'all salt and pepper gents. You know how we do. Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle. Was that a pause? I don't know. You young whippersnappers, tell me. Pause? I don't know. Wesley Robinson in the building. Salute. He said, peace and blessings, King. I'm checking in from Strong Island. Yeah, you are, my brother. I hope you're doing well out there, too. All right. JW says, I have a suspicion that the Knicks will make the 24th and 25th pick, depending on who is there. Knicks will make. Do you mean trade, or are they actually going to keep him? Let me know. Craig is in the building. Salute to the King of Kings. Hey, man, I appreciate you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Man, listen to Andios. He's letting you know, reminding y'all. And, you know, some of y'all may not have remembered what it looked like, but it looked a little something like this. Smash that like button, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Okay, where we at? Louisiana Knicks is in the building. What up, Louisiana? I appreciate you. Thank you for being here and rocking as always, my brother. JJ says, I feel our centers are replaceable. I'd be fine with both of them being gone. Ouch. Woo-wee, JJ. Coming with that fire. I mean, I will tell you, if the Knicks will be okay, because the Knicks have built themselves a pretty good all-around team. And when everybody's healthy, you already see. When everybody's hurt, you already see. That shows you that the Knicks team is pretty damn good. Because if guys can step up and overachieve and push themselves to the limits, and we do what we've done to get to this point, that shows you that the team itself is all around pretty damn good. And if everybody's healthy, we all right. Can we go out there and get 2 new centers? Yes. And will we be fine? Probably. But I will say this, not about Mitch, because unfortunately with Mitch is always about the health. But Hartenstein at one point in the year, was one of the best centers around. Not one of the best backups. He was clearly the best backup. He was one of the best centers around. He was top 10 in centers, maybe top 5 at one point when Mitch first went down and Hartenstein struggled a little bit, but then he got into his bag. Ooh, Hartenstein was getting busy. So, you know, you might miss Hartenstein. I'm just saying. Just saying, you know, you can fix it, but in the beginning, you might miss Hartenstein. Shout out to Margaret Edwards in the building. How you doing? How's everything? Let's go, Margaret. Appreciate you. Good to see you. She says hi, Ron. NYC BBall 08 in the building. What up, my guy? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. JW says we need to improve our depth. We already have a starting 5. We need to improve our bench. This is our Achilles heel. Yeah, I mean, you know, if there's any questions about that, I don't think there is. Everybody knows that that's the case. Parrish in the building. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. He said, disgusted they left Caitlin off the Olympic team. Listen, man, I've realized I don't know enough about WNBA to comment on certain things. Certain things I can't comment on that are obvious to me. Other things I don't know. Who knows what's going on with this? I don't know if they left her off because they thought it was too much right now, or they thought it was going to make the whole thing a spectacle and give. I don't. Who knows, man? There's so many different scenarios you could play it up in your head, like why they did it. The other thing is, listen, we don't know nothing. You know what I mean? Maybe Caitlin's people said that she doesn't want to be on it. They're not going to say that publicly, but maybe she doesn't want to be on it. Maybe she feels like there's so much stuff that we don't know. And I don't want to speculate because that's all we're doing. Caitlin could be dealing with a lot of stuff in the WNBA right now. And like, I don't know if I want to play with, I'm going to play with these same girls that are beating me up right now. No, I don't feel like doing it right now. We don't know nothing. That could be a position. I'm not saying that is. That could be a position, right? because then when you're in that situation, you're not around your teammates anymore. You're supposed to comfort zone, right? Now you with all of these fellow stars on the other teams that are playing you a certain way and are talking about you because you are they've been giving you all the accolades and you haven't done anything yet. So they start to feel a certain way. Maybe she's like, I don't want to be a part of that. I'm just saying that's one thought, right? The other thought is, the powers that be may say that she might bring too much attention to the whole situation. I don't know if that's I don't know if they think that way, because looks like all they want is attention. So they probably want that. I don't know. And then there's other things, but I don't want to keep speculating. There's other things that could be afoot, if you will. Who knows, man? It doesn't. I will tell you this, that from a basketball standpoint, it doesn't make sense. Obviously, she still would be one of the better players that they have. I'm not saying she's the best yet, but she would be one of the better players that they have. And of course, why wouldn't you want her on the team? But then again, why wouldn't you want Jalen Brunson on the NBA team? I don't know. You got to ask Monty Williams or whatever. That doesn't make sense to me either. I don't know. Salute to JT Riddick in the building. Salute, my brother. Appreciate you. Salute, salute. Nick P says, play him with Deuce. Ooh, interesting. JW says we can get two-way wings in the draft. We don't need starters, but role players. Yeah, but the problem is anybody we get in the draft ain't playing for the Knicks. That's the issue. Unless we drafted like Zach Edey and we let Hartenstein go and we trade Mitch. Zach Edey ain't really playing. Come on, you guys know what it is. Y'all watch Thibs long enough. We don't even have to talk about this. So that's the problem. We could find help in the draft, but the chances of these guys playing slim to none. We allowed certain guys to play. Like RJ played out the gate. I mean, of course. Look at what the team we had. So RJ was technically one of the better players. Quickly got the nod because once again we were limited and he had a skill set that could work for the team. And Thibodeau gave him automatic trust early. But say we were drafting Quickly right now, and we already had this team with Josh Hart and DiVincenzo and Quickly would be on the bench. He wouldn't be playing the way he played. We didn't have that before, so he played. But now he would be right in the bench, man. Pause. Dripmore in the building. Salute to you, my brother. The preferred barber of still Knicks fans and the Knicks community is in the building. Let's go. What's going on, Dripmore? He said, you're around. What's good? Cutting in the shop as always. Yeah, I know, man. You're always doing your business, man. Shout out to you, bro. Chef NYK says, at what cost? 100 million. Salute, Ron. What cost for what, Chef? Who we talking about? The Jonte or who? I don't know. Let me know, brother. Hey, Sherwin is in the building. Good afternoon. WNBA tickets is up 90%. We know why. Salute to you, brother. Let's see. Okay, so you're basically saying that's why they're going to keep the 24th and 25th picks and actually draft players. Yeah, they may, but like I said, I don't know if that's going to matter to the current Knick team. I don't know if Tom Thibodeau is going to play these guys. It's good to have guys on the roster for the future and developing so that we can continue to plug and play with guys. And God forbid guys get hurt again, you will have some places you can pull from, but I don't know. Panama Ray says, I think we should pay iHeart, move Mitch, and draft Edey. Your thoughts? I honestly, I really like Mitch. I love Mitch as a person, to be honest. As a player, I like him. But as a person, I love Mitch as a person. I think, hate to say it, man, I think it's time to move on, bro. I just, you know what I mean? At some point, I just say like this Knick team is going to continue this same spiral. Maybe he'll be better somewhere else with less pressure, and the style of play will be a little different, which might help him stay healthy more. I don't know, But I just think at some point the Knicks have to make that tough decision. Like, I mean, how long are we going to keep going with a guy who just continues to get hurt? And it's not his fault. I feel bad for Mitch. His body is the way his body is. And really, this year, I feel very bad for Mitch because coming back from injury, and as soon as he came back, I think the first couple of days he tweaked something, right? But he got some rest, some treatment, and he came back to play. And then you go against Philadelphia, and then Embiid takes you out. I don't think that's right, and I feel bad for him. But it happened, and we're here. So yeah, I think at some point you got to decide to move on. I mean, they made the tough decision to move on from Quickly and from RJ, and they obviously Obi helped them move on from him. So yeah, it's and we know what happened with Grimes. So at some point, you got to say, listen, man, love you, but you can't stay healthy, and we need health. We're trying to get to the next level. It's no more. We're just here. Now we are trying to be a championship level team, and we need players out there who can stay healthy and obviously can contribute. Stinks. It hurts me even to say it, to be honest. I like Mitch. So Sherwin says, Ron, how many teams have a deeper bench than the Knicks when healthy? Not a lot, but unfortunately, what it looks like on paper doesn't matter if it doesn't translate. And so far, being that this was the first year we had this type of deep team, we can't say it translates. So the Knicks need to be smart about it. Going forward, the Knicks need to make better decisions as to how they want to build the rest of this roster to ensure that we have a healthy team going forward. And if we do run into injuries, we cannot have what happened to us happen again. We can't have 4 integral players out at the same time. And then even some of the guys who aren't integral, should I say, I think there was 2 or 3 other guys on the bench that don't even play that were hurt too. Like, what are we doing? Not good. Duran says, good game yesterday, Indiana versus Washington. I didn't peep that. The Man Cave. Salute to you. What's good? He said, what's good? Salute, Ron. Caitlin was left off the Olympic team because she wasn't at the training camp because she was playing in the Final Four. See? Like I said, context, there's always some other scenarios or whatever. And there you go. That's why speculation stinks, because you just never know what's going on. That makes sense. Margaret says, very true, too much going on with Clark. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just speculating, but obviously the Man Cave give us some facts. And that sounds like makes sense, because you do have, it's just the same thing like with a basketball team going into the playoffs. If a person is not on your roster at a certain point, they can't be on the playoff roster. So, look at it like that. If she wasn't able to be in whatever, qualifying stuff or training camp for the Olympic team, then that's probably why she was left off. It's not going to make a lot of people happy, but it is what it is. NBC's not happy. I bet they're not. Jalen Brunson hand is broken. Yeah, but he'll be fine. It's not like it's when you break anything, it's certain types of breaks. He broke it to the point that he couldn't play right away, like if we needed him in the playoffs for the rest of the way. But he'll be fine. The break is not a severe break. Excuse me. Oh, Hartenstein. Okay, chef. Yeah, I don't know, man. That 100 million, I don't know about that. Well, apparently, from everything I've read, the Knicks can't pay 100 million. They can only go up to 72 or something like that. So it's a moot point, and I don't know why it continues to be discussed in the media or it keeps getting thrown out there. If the Knicks can't offer more than 72, then it is what it is. Just put the highest number that the Knicks can offer and say, this is it. This is what he's going to get from the Knicks if he wants to stay. If not, he can go get more somewhere else. And end the discussion. I don't know why they keep throwing it out there, because people keep saying, well, I am reading from certain analysts, it's the Knicks can't offer more than 70 something. So I don't know why they keep talking in these circles. Yeah, Darren Hood says, I don't expect to see New York bringing in 3 rookies. I don't think so either. I don't see it. All right, so let me kind of breeze through this stuff. JT says, I don't think we're going to not re-sign OG. Yeah, I think he's coming back. Shout out to my guy, Sam Grandison, attorney at law. We'll fight for you. Salute, Sam. I hope you're doing good, my brother. Good to see you, man. Darren says, I honestly wouldn't mind moving on from Mitch. I mean, look at Kevin Knox and Frank Ntilikina as an example. I mean, yeah. Yeah. But at least Mitch did something when he's out there on the court. I can't say that. Kevin Knick uniform. I don't know, man. And then Frank, Frankie, baby. I don't know, man. I am Big Buddy said, did the Knicks make a mistake not signing Porzingis? I don't think they made a mistake, but I do think he was somebody I was strongly considering. I had warmed up to it at a certain point. Because Porzingis' ability to do what he can do is very, very good. And I already said, don't look at Porzingis, because I talked about this months ago. Don't look at Porzingis for what you remembered of him before when he was in a Knick uniform. Porzingis has changed and understands his game better. So he knows that when he goes out there on the court, he knows what he can do to contribute right away. And you saw that in some of the first playoff game back with Boston. The problem, though, it's still, once again, Porzingis can't stay healthy. And I hope he stays healthy through the rest of this, but just understand, Porzingis is always going to go up and down with injuries. And as he gets older, it's going to get worse because of his size, his height, and the way he moves. It's just that's the same. Shout out to Phil Jackson. I may not agree with him on a lot of things, but he was right when it comes to these bigs that have this level of height and the wear and tear and strain that it puts on your body to play in today's NBA. So I wish him the best, and I would have wanted him here, but I don't think the Knicks made a mistake not getting him. He would have been great for the team, but it's just, I mean, one, we don't know if we would have been able to get OG, but just say you did have OG injuries, Mitch Robinson injuries, Hartenstein dealing with injuries. Now, obviously, one of these guys wouldn't have been here, but Porzingis injuries, you know what I mean? Like the walking wounded, man. So he works good for another team that has healthy players that can take a chance with him. For the Knicks, we needed somebody that was going to be healthy, I guess. We still wound up with OG, but it's all right. Juan B in the building. He says, respect to Ron in the chat. Not even a Knicks fan, but I F with y'all. It's a lot of layers to the apron for all teams. Plus, who knows what these players think or really want. Business moves according. Yep, I hear you. JJ says Caitlin hasn't been playing well or getting wins. You got to earn your stripes. It's true. Well, but she is starting to play well as of late. She's starting to get more comfortable. So keep watching. Their team is not doing that great. I think they're 3-8, but they have been playing a little. They're starting to play a little better. Just, it's all early. Give it some time. Give it some time. I'm saying she was obviously looked at as the next coming of something special for a reason. So, it's only a matter of time. All right. So let me I'm sorry, guys. Let me try to breeze through, get it cracking here. Pete in the building. My guy, Pete Panagiotopoulos is in the building, folks. He says, salute Ron in the chat. Said Jackson Hayes wouldn't be a bad ad. He played pretty well when he got minutes this year. Yeah, he's interesting. I mean, he's a little bit more versatile than his ex Texas teammate, Jericho Sims. He's definitely better than Jericho. He'd be giving Jericho the business. Let's see. Anna Girl, I don't even know if they even talked to Porzingis. That's a good question. I don't even think they talked to him. All right. Slim Slam is in the building. He says, I'm 6'4" and my back hurt. I can only imagine a 7-footer. I know, right? Facts. I'm with you on that 6'4"-ish. 6'4" brothers. You know what I mean? Is it me or is Burks under contract for like $10 million? No. Burks is a free agent. He's out of here. they they may bring him back, but I doubt it. Shaw Power is in the building. What's good, my brother? Salute. Knicks Real Talk is in the building. Shaw Power is my guy, Divine. Please continue to show them some love on YouTube. Their channel always popping. All right, let's do it. Let's get to the intro. Let me put this link out there in the chat. If anybody wants to jump up and chop it up, by all means, we here. No doubt, Pete. You got it, brother. All right. So let's hit the intro. We'll come back and we'll start chopping it up. I think we'll start off with this apron talk. Oh, my bad. I always forget you guys are here. You know what I mean? Just be jamming. You know what I mean? Wish I could change no to ledge. They not like us. They not like no. Can't do that. Sorry. Anyway. Shop Howard says no move's gonna be made. We just gotta hope we get OG at 35 and iHeart at 17. I'll be honest, I could live with that. I can live with that. We'll see. Honestly, what I really hope gets done is the Knicks are able to have OG, Brunson, Randall all opt in. That would be ideal. Give us more time, more wiggle room to get some stuff done. Let them all opt in and let us be able to make moves out here in these streets. But we'll see. Let me bring Mets up here. What up, Mets?
So can't be in for too long. I'm gonna be on call for the London matchup in a little less than half an hour, a little more than half an hour.
That's cool. We appreciate you while you're here, Mets.
Thanks.
Other than that, I hope everything's going well.
It is. My dad's being moved into a nursing home in a couple of days. My apartment is getting renovated with some of the furniture he's brought in.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope everything goes good with that, and your dad's comfortable, and the furniture gets situated properly.
Oh, it's already in here. It's just that we need to get rid of some of my old apartment furniture.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, you got some stuff. You'll be busy. Let me see. Shout out to Russell Westbrook. Have I seen that name in the chat before? Maybe. Kind of looks like it's familiar, but I don't know if I've really seen it. Well, shout out to you.
The brother like Sadiq Bey, free agent, great scorer like Dante. I don't know if we need another Dante clone. And Bey is a little more hit and miss than Dante, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that's the thing. My only issue that I've always had with Sadiq Bey is very streaky. You talk about super streaky. Defensively, he's always there. He can do what he can do. But offensively, he's super streaky. You guys remember there was a point where Sadiq Bey was going back and forth between the G League. This is the same time Deuce was like back and forth in the G League. And Sadiq Bey was killing in the G League. Killing. He was averaging 30 plus points, 10 plus rebounds, 10 plus assists. He was averaging like 4 or 5 steals. He was cooking in the G League. He has talent. He just very streaky.
Coupled with the fact his position, he's not a shooting guard. He's a stretch 3/4.
Yeah.
Which is the bigger problem with bringing him in.
I think he's too in between for the Knicks. Like he's too similar to Hart and Dante, and he's not big enough to really, do what we really need. Like he's in that same space. If he was more in between, I don't know, maybe, or if he was taller and a little bigger, they could use him differently. I just think that he kind of fits what we already got.
Plus, he's predominantly a bench piece anyway.
Well, for this Knick team, yeah, definitely.
And I don't think he fits the Thibs system. The only time he got to start full-time was 21-22 in Detroit. But, of course, we all know the Pistons suck, and they always mix and match. And they tried to set him up as their next premier 3-4, and it failed miserably, which led to him midway through the next year, him getting shipped out to Atlanta, where he got stuck predominantly on the bench.
That's interesting. Deron Wayne says, report that Bay most likely miss next season with injury. Ouch. Well, there goes that. If that's the case, if that's true, then I don't know. Let me look it up real quick. I'm gonna get into this apron talk, y'all. I'm sorry. I just, want to spend a little time talking about this real quick. Let's see.
Oof. And torn ACL.
Oh yeah, he's done. Yeah, so rehab and all that stuff. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, so much for that. Yeah, and that's the thing, Pete. There's a lot more people mocking Zach Edey to us, and let me tell you, the more and more you see that, the less chances the Knicks is going to get him. Believe me, because people, how we talk about, sometimes you look at it like, man, you want to look at a certain player, but you don't know if he fits our team. But then if you find out he goes to like Philadelphia or something, you're like, oh, don't know if I want him going there. It's the same thing with the Knicks nowadays. Other teams around the league, I don't know about Zach Edey, but you know what? He's not a bad player. He's got some potential. He has some talent. I may not have a role for him right now, but I could stash him on the bench as long as I keep him away from the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. All right. Shout out to my guy, Jigga Man Porto in the building. Salute, Jigga Man. What up? Please, guys, if you haven't already, please continue to, try to support good content creators like Jigga Man, my guy Phil and Hector, Eddie Presti, the whole gang over there at Morning Brew. They're doing great stuff, and they continue to give you all types of different options, whether it be WNBA coverage, Mets coverage, Knicks coverage, Giants coverage, Jets coverage, like Rangers coverage, whatever it is. They do it all over there. Please support them, and also support my guy Jigga, because he will be supporting you if you support him every morning at 9 a.m. for some positivity, man. I'm telling you, he gets the day going. Like, you be mad about anything in life, go watch some of that Jigga Man Porto content in the morning and get into that positivity bag with different things. It's fun. It's fun. So please show them some love, man. Shout out to HP Carlos. Salute Knicks Nation. All right. Okay, so let's see here. Hey, Just Knicks is in the whip. I see you whipping it, my brother. Get you in here. What's up, bro?
What's good? What's good, Mets?
Yeah, doing good.
What's going on, Ron?
I can't complain, man. It's another beautiful Saturday that I'm in here talking with y'all instead of outside doing something fun. Nah, man, I can't complain. Life is what life is. It's better now than it's been in the past. So, but hopefully it's going to continue to get better. We all go through stuff. Hope you're doing well as well, brother.
Oh, for sure.
Oh man, I see you got the boxing glove hanging.
Oh yeah. Gotta represent the Boricuas.
Nah, me.
And the Guyanese.
Oh, wow. Is that's your mix?
Yeah.
That's dope. That's dope. So wait, is the parade this week or next week?
I don't even know, to be honest with you.
I'm
in Atlanta.
Oh, okay. So you wouldn't even be. I got you. I hear you. Yeah. And I know the Puerto Rican parade is usually in June. I think it's first week or second week, but I can't remember. But yeah, man. So let's get into this stuff. Oh, it is. Hey, Jigga Man. It's this Sunday. Yeah, I figured because I have started to see the flags on the cars around. Yes. I am Big Buddy said tomorrow. You know, back in my day, the Puerto Rican parade, you know, even though I'm not Puerto Rican, man, I grew up with a lot of my closest friends are Puerto Rican. So just being a part of the culture and you know, understanding what it means to people has always been special. So I always used to go and represent for my peoples and show love, and it was always fun, man. Yeah. So Darren Hood said the festival is today. Yeah, the Washington Heights joint is today. That's usually pretty fun too. But I've never been up there all these years, and I'm definitely not going now. It's not for me. It's a little wilder up there. Anyway, all right. So let me bring this stuff up and get into this because this is a question everybody's been asking. Shout out to my guy Divine in the building. Knicks Real Talk. Salute my brother. He says, salute Ron, Knicks Nation. Hope everyone is great. Having a great summer. Missing the Knicks B-ball. I hear you, brother. Shout out to my guy Organic Fanatics Show. My guy Ro in the building. Salute my brother. Yes. Hey, and Rod Tucker's in the building. Oh, let me do this. I'm just gonna mute y'all, and then y'all can come back in whenever because I think the audio is a little choppy for now.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. So we're good. Shout out to Rod Tucker. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I think I unmuted. There we go. Okay, so let's get into this stuff here. Boom. Hopefully you guys can see this and read this and understand this. I am not the all-knowing. I'm not the almighty wizard from the Wizard of Oz or whatever. I don't know all this stuff. So I'm reading it and trying to understand it and digest it just like y'all. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Appreciate y'all. We got 102 people right now rocking from all platforms, YouTube and Twitter. Appreciate y'all. Smash that like button on YouTube if you can. And if you want, please come over, hit the like button. You can go back to watching on Twitter, but we love the support. And subscribe if you haven't already done so. So this shows, it says, how much is the NBA salary cap luxury taxed first apron, second apron in 2023-24? Obviously, we're going into 24-25, but this is most current for right now. It is what it is. Salary cap is $136 million. Luxury taxes, $165 million. First apron is $172 million. And the second apron is $182 million. Now, obviously, just so you know, these numbers will be going up slightly for next season. So maybe I think somebody put it there. Like, for example, maybe the second apron, instead of the 182.5, it'll be 189 or something like that, whatever it is. So let me try to read this so we can get an idea of what's going on here with this, guys. All right, so all right, salary cap is the amount of money that every team has available to spend on their roster, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we know that. Teams can go over the salary cap by using cap exceptions. For instance, league has created bird exceptions to make it easier for teams to retain its own free agents. We knew that. Most teams go well over the 136 using these exceptions, but try to stay under 165, which is the luxury tax. Okay, fine. What are the penalties for the first apron? The first apron hits when a team's payroll exceeds $172 million. At this point, the following restrictions are triggered. Teams cannot acquire a player in a sign and trade if that player keeps them above the apron. So if the Knicks, for example, go over that 172, they cannot acquire a player in a sign and trade if that player keeps them above the apron. So that's interesting. Teams cannot sign a player waived during the regular season whose salary is over $12.2 million, mid-level exception. Interesting. Salary matching in trades must be within 110% rather than the 125% for teams not above the apron. Okay, so if you stay under the apron, you got a little bit more wiggle room. It's not much, but it's something. What are the penalties for the second apron? All of the penalties for the first apron apply to the second apron as well, which is triggered when a team's salary exceeds $182.5 million for the 2023-2024 season. As we already talked about, this number is going to go up. All of those numbers go up slightly for the new season. No access to the $5 million taxpayer mid-level exception. Oh, man, that stinks. Huh. Starting at the end of the 2023-24 season, even more restrictions will be added to the second apron. These include teams cannot so at the end of the 2023. So this stuff is happening right now. Ooh. Well, I mean, technically probably after the finals is over, but you know what I mean. I get it. Teams cannot use a trade exception generated by aggregating the salaries of multiple players. Teams cannot include cash in the trade. Wow. Teams cannot use a trade exception generated in a prior year. Oh, so if you held on to one and never used it, you can't use it. It's gone. Wow. 1 second. Damn. Excuse me. Must be the allergies. I don't know. First round picks 7 years out are frozen, unable to be traded. First round picks 7 years out are frozen. So we are the 2023-24 season. So a first round pick that is around 2030 or so can't be used. A team's first round pick is moved to the end of the first round if they remain in the second apron for 3 out of 5. Oh my God. What? What? Damn. They even changing the level of your pick if you continue to be stuck in the second apron, right? Wait, hold on. Is it the first apron? Yeah, the second apron. Wow. So that's telling you the NBA is not only penalizing you, but if you stay in this zone, we're going to affect you even more. So they're kind of forcing you to get yourself back under the second apron. They don't want people living as free. So basically it stops guys like Steve Cohen, the Mets owner, to be able to go out and get whoever they want and continue to do it. Eventually it's going to keep hurting your team. I mean, I guess that's fair. I guess. These penalties are much more stringent than under the old CBA. Blah blah blah. Okay, well there's that, guys. This is when things get a little tricky. I don't quite know what the Knicks are dealing with, because when I look at what it shows me for the Knicks, all right, hold on. Let me take this down and show you this. Share screen. Okay. So let me get this out of here. Damn, these pop-ups, man. Free site syncs, they get you. All right, get out of here. Yeah, get out of here. What in the hell is 45,000 of these? Oh my God, look at this. This is nuts. Jesus. All right. Yeah. Look, it just keeps popping up. Can't avoid it. Look at this. This is nuts. I mean, what is this? Just tell me you want me to get a paid option. All right. So according to the Knicks, now this is even ahead of time, right? This is New York Knicks 2024-25 cap table. Apparently, total cap allocations is $206 million, right? Which is 12th, I guess.
In the whole, I mean, as far as cap space goes, we're $65 million in the hole.
Right. But oddly enough, even though that's the case, this is when it gets a little tricky and confusing. We're still under the first apron, which now you saw I just read what the aprons are, right? But now this is giving you something that's ahead of time that kind of shows you that the aprons are raised a little bit. But even then, it still gets a little confusing. But, the point is, apparently there's 27 million in wiggle room that we're under the first apron, and the second apron space, which there's a typo here. They need to fix that. We're 37 million under that. So man, this is annoying. Jesus. Yeah. So this is my problem is this type of stuff, guys, for me is confusing because I just need apples to apples. I don't want to see, you know, one site telling me that this is the 2023-24 stuff, but I don't get the 2024-25 stuff that corresponds with this. So it gets confusing. And so
start a motorcycle maintenance. Enough with that damn pop-ups.
it's nuts, man. That's why I'm about to get out of here. I'm hoping you guys get an idea of what this is saying. You know, Alec Burks cap hit, but obviously he's a free agent, but we got his bird rights.
Achua's restricted free.
Charlie
Hartenstein, we
got
Jr.
early bird.
Two-way, as are Dwayne Washington Jr., Jacob Toppin, Shake Milton. What did it say on him? Early bird option?
Shake is non-bird.
Oh.
He's gone anyway.
Hartenstein, an early bird option. The heck
Jacob
is a bird
Toppin's
option
two-way.
anyway?
Yeah. Charlie Brown's a two-way. Dwayne Washington's a two-way, which those guys may not come back as two-ways. I mean, because we may find other people.
Anyway?
Bird options allows the Knicks to, you know, be able to re-sign players at a higher clip under the cap. And if I'm not mistaken, let me just double check. I'll be forgetting myself, man. It's been a minute. I don't know. Hold on. Bird rights. Yeah. Bird exception is a rule included in the NBA's collective bargaining agreement that allows teams to go over the salary cap to re-sign their own players. Yeah. Okay. There you go. All right, let me get this out of here. So, guys, you have an idea of what these aprons look like and how they penalize teams. I don't know if that allows you to understand how the Knicks can go out and get a star player, because I don't necessarily get everything, because we also would have to know, like, because the Knicks can trade players, right, that will free up money, right? And as long as you stay within the same salary expectations, you're okay. It gets a little tricky when you're trying to find somebody and the money doesn't necessarily match and you're a little over or under the expectation. Then that's when it gets a little tricky. But that's why every time we talk about these players like a Donovan Mitchell, it automatically here, well, we got to trade Bogey, we got to trade Mitch. The best way is just to make the salary match right out the gate. You know what I mean? And go from there. So it's all pretty interesting. Hey, Ivory 10 in the building. Shout out to you. Thank you. Appreciate you once again. Everybody letting me know when the Puerto Rican parade is. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. And I think I already said what's up to HP Carlos. If I didn't, shout out to you, my guy from Portugal. Appreciate you. Please smash that like button if y'all haven't already done so. He's letting y'all know we missing 40 likes. Let's go. Thanks, man. Jay from PR is in the building. We need Oakley and Sprewell. Yeah, well, I mean, nobody's mad about that. Pat Bever's cheeks. Yeah, I think Pat Beverly is done, man. I don't know. I think Pat Beverly is finished. He's still got the mindset, but his game, I don't know if it's there the way it used to be. I don't think he affects the game the way he used to. So I'm, if anything, I think he comes in as more of a disruptor than a helper at this point. For me, for the Knicks.
That's for sure.
Let's see. Organic Fanatic Show says Knicks stay the elastic man. We stay flexible. They do. They try their best.
Doesn't he mean plastic man?
No. Well, technically there's both. There's an elastic man and there's a plastic man. So
actually, the elastic man is actually known as the elongated man, but whatever.
Ooh, I know who you're talking about. Shout out to Phil Porto, my guy, another member of the Knicks Morning Brew Network. Shout out to you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Dope picture of your family the other day, man. Really nice to see all y'all together, man. You got a cute bunch, man. Shout out to Sherwin. He says, Ron, you can't trade a first round pick for 7 years. Yeah, that's what I got. Wait, no, I thought it said, hold on. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I mean, I see what you're saying. So it says first round picks. This is if you're in the second apron. It says first round picks 7 years out are frozen. That's kind of left up to interpretation. I don't know if that means to freeze your first round picks for 7 years out or start like from. I guess maybe you're right. I don't know. Just the way I read it, it seemed. I don't know. First round picks.
Well,
7
at least
years
now I can be content knowing that Rose can't find a way around this if it starts after the season and it's a 7-year out point, that he's not permitted to trade first round picks. In other words, he's not allowed to trade those picks until at least the 2030, 2031 season.
Right. I think you're right, Sherwin. Shout out to you for I think when I read it, I didn't interpret it correctly. He says that is why the Knicks is not going into the second apron. I mean, I guess you probably not. I mean, yeah. Oh, read the financial penalties. It's worse. I don't know. I don't want to get this whole thing is a lot. I don't want to get too crazy into it, but I get it. They're obviously penalizing you. And whatever. It is what it is. I get it. Shout out to Jeremy Nussbaum in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. What's good? Jay from PR says draft Bronny and hold him hostage. That's one way. I don't know. Okay, so there we go. Sherwin says, Ron, the bottom line is we are at 166 million. Bojan has a 2 million buyout that will put us at 148 million. OG 40 million will put us at 168 million. Yeah. Okay, but I don't think they're going to buy out Bojan. I think Bojan is here because of the fact that he can contribute to the team off the bench for one more year. And if they decide not to do that, his money, because the Knicks don't have a lot of flexibility to make a trade and add a contract to it, unless you want to start adding in guys you don't really want to trade. Do you want to trade Dante DiVincenzo? Do you want to trade Josh Hart? Like they trying to have some trade flexibility without having to include those guys. So that's why Bojan has to be a part of this team. There's no doubt in my mind that most likely Bojan's 1 year is going to get picked up because they need that flexibility. Because outside of that, if you can let go of Bojan, then that means if you want to make a trade, not that you do, but if you want to, you're going to have to trade somebody you don't really want to trade. There's no way around it. So I don't know if the Knicks want to put themselves in that position. Plus, it kind of changes everything. Let's not forget, guys, let me say this right now. If y'all haven't picked this up, the Knicks, unless something goes crazy later in life, right now, Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo are not going anywhere because Jalen Brunson is not willing to take less money for no reason. He's willing to take less money to help the team, and because he appreciates the fact that he is out here playing basketball with two of his best buds. Okay, he appreciates that and wants that to continue. So I will take less so you can do more. Those two guys ain't going nowhere right now. So, and if you let go of Bojan, now you're going to have to make up that money if a trade opportunity presents itself. Where are you going to get the money from? You're going to have to get rid of somebody you don't want to get rid of. Now, some people might say, no problem, we'll get rid of Julius. Some people are okay with that. I'm not right now. I'm not okay with that. But that's me. Let's see. We got Todd Barbie in the building. Salute, Todd. Thank you for being here and rocking with us. Appreciate you. I think this is my first time seeing you in the chat. Hope you enjoy the content, man, and thank you. He says salute. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Todd. Yeah, I appreciate you for saying that, and shout out to Sherwin for clearing that up. Appreciate you, man. Listen, man, that's why I love the chat, because you guys help me. Sometimes, I'm here to talk about stuff and obviously give you my opinion on things and talk guys off the ledge, because this is what we do here. But I'm also here because the conversation is good to have with like-minded individuals that can also, help me understand some things, as well as remind me of some stuff that I may forget, because I forget stuff. Thanks. Shout out to Sherwin. He knows. Sherwin be reminding me about stuff all the time. But I appreciate that. Wait. All right. Well, hold on. So, all right. So now Todd's saying what I thought means you couldn't trade a 2030 first. 2020 31. You can trade. I think that's 7 years. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, Todd. I think we're both like this. The thing is a little left up to interpretation, so I'm not sure what they're trying to say. Either way, it's a penalty, and the Knicks have to be mindful of it. So you know what I mean? I don't know. Okay. So Miguel P says first and second aprons are triggers. The team is still in the tax penalty for exceeding the tax threshold. In addition to the tax, they will incur new penalties when each apron is reached. Yeah. Correct. Shout out to you, Ro. Silk Sultan is in the building. What up, Silk? Hope you're doing good, my brother. He said, "Hey, Ron, I heard an option for Bojan is buyout at $2 million. We signed him at taxes and player option." Okay, hey, Mets, appreciate you, brother. So yeah, I mean, that's an option. Like I said, it's just I don't know if the Knicks want to do that, because I mean, listen, the only way the Knicks do that is like if they say we're okay with our team, we're not going to trade for any players like that. If anything, we'll do like a small sign and trade for a lesser amounts, and then we can work around that. Or maybe they just say we'll just build and bring a couple people in from the draft, and whatever money we have, we could sign somebody on the cheap, like just a filler. I'm just saying, if the Knicks still have an idea of bringing in a star type player, they need Bojan's contract. But if they don't have an idea of that, if they're saying we don't care about DeJounte Murray, we don't care about Mikal Bridges, we don't care about Spider, no Donovan Mitchell, then doesn't matter. All right, so Sherwood says if we trade Bojan, we have to take back almost $20 million. That would put us over the second tier. I mean, yes and no, Sherwin. Yes, you're right. But that doesn't mean the Knicks have to stay there. You understand? The Knicks can still maneuver. They could still do a trade like I mentioned last week, I believe, with the trading Mitchell Robinson, for example. Was it Mitch? I think it was Mitch, to Memphis for, say, Luke Kennard, for example, and then bringing in Luke Kennard and then cutting Luke Kennard. There's wiggle, there's flexibility. We're talking about this from a very specific mindset, a specific thought process. The Knicks have, all these people invested in figuring out what's the best way for them to stay under these aprons and still have maneuverability to make moves. So there's obviously, You think we know stuff, but they obviously know what we know and more. So I don't want you to think all hope is lost if they make a move. They have other ways of doing things and staying. They're one of the most. They've been showing us that they've been very flexible in the league. So I don't think that just stops. And so you also said the Knicks must buy out Bojan to stay under the second apron. So you're saying we can't get rid of Jericho Sims? We can't get rid of Alec Burks? We can't get rid of Precious Achua? None of that money's guaranteed. Like Burks is walking, right? Jericho's contract is a team option. They can cut him, right? Precious Achua, they don't have to bring him back either. So that doesn't free up money to keep us under the second apron. You have to buy out Bojan. I mean, I kind of feel like we're gonna. I mean, I definitely know we're going into the first apron, but I don't know. I mean, whether we go into the second apron, maybe we will. But even if we do, I think that's where we're headed. Like, I kind of feel like the point of this is the teams that are in the second apron are usually contenders, right? And so most teams are gonna, if you want to contend, most of the time you're gonna get there. Not everybody, but eventually these teams get there because if you're not there already, right? After you are a contender, after your team continues to have success, the value of your players goes up. And so, in order to keep them, you got to pay them more money. So, eventually, you're going to wind up in the second apron unless you decide that you're going to break up the team and you're no longer going to contend. Diakate also has a 2.2 million in non-guaranteed money. Yeah, so like this is the type of stuff that I'm like, I don't understand. So you basically telling me that all of this stuff is done and the Knicks still won't be able to avoid the first apron? I don't see that. I don't understand how that works. Okay, so Silk says he heard Bobby. I heard Bobby Marks say we got rid of all. Oh, huh. Let me see something, man. I can't. This is driving me nuts. Let's see what we got going on here. Uh-huh. Mm. Hmm. Huh. Hmm. I got to check something else here, guys, because let's see. All right. Salary cap. All right. Randall, blah, blah. 11 players on the contract. That includes Brunson, Hart, DiVincenzo, Newby, Ananobi. Player option for next season. New York's only unrestricted free agents are Hartenstein, Burks, and Shake Milton. While all of this leaves Knicks with a practical cap deficit of $66.5 million, they're in a decent position entering the offseason. As currently constructed, New York is set to be $27 million below the luxury tax threshold and well below the second apron. Staying under the second apron will be important because of the new collective bargain, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Top contract decisions, Anunoby, yeah. Free agents to pursue. Yeah, so this doesn't really, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, this doesn't really, but it's also interesting when it says that the Knicks are positioned well below the second apron right now. So I don't know, guys. Like I said, it's always a little tricky how they say this stuff and what's picked up by us, like what we think is what. Sha, you said there's some feedback going on? Hold on. I'm gonna throw the link out there. Copy. Oh, was that old? What time is it? No, that's right. That's the recent. I don't know. Paste. Let me see what it sounds like on my end. All right. Let's see. Check. Oh, okay. Shout out, brother. All right. Looks like I'm good. Okay. All right, cool. Hey, shout out to my brother, the one and only, you know what I mean? The hardest working man in this Knick universe. Some say he's the Capadonna, the chief rocker, the number one chief rocker, Mr. Blorange Tears himself, Uncle Freezy. What's good, my brother? Please go support Blorange Tears and everything they have going on over there. Freezy has been popping out hella content lately. So shout out to you, my brother, working hard. Appreciate you, bro. All right. Okay, so let me put this in the chat. Boom. My fault, Sha. I thought I had pressed the button, but I didn't. Cool. Bricks Nation is in the building. Salute my diehards in the chat. Hey, salute to you. Jeremy Nussbaum says the Knicks have $156 million for 8 players. That this doesn't include OG Anunoby receiving a max contract with a starting salary of $42 million. Detroit and Philadelphia will drive up OG's value. Yes, they will. But does it even matter? My whole thing, Jeremy, I'll be honest with you, and until I'm proven wrong, I'm gonna keep saying this. The Knicks and OG are already done. All right, the deal is done. This is all pontificating and placating the media, all that stuff. It's all the P's. You know what I mean? This is all done to me. The Knicks and OG, to me, have already agreed in principle to a deal. They just can't talk about it until he goes through the motions, because I don't think the Knicks would give up quickly and RJ without having a strong promise that OG was re-signing with the group here. So I think it's done. That's my thought process on it. But we'll see. Let me get my guy in here. Sha, what's good, my brother?
What's going on, Ron, man? What's going on? You all right?
Man, I'm all right, but I'm a little extra congested today with this coffee.
I was about to say you must be got the iced coffee, huh?
Yes, sir, bro. I couldn't stop today, man. I said it was nice outside. I said, I gotta have iced coffee today.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I had mine too, so came into work to do a little OT, so I got a couple of minutes and stuff like that. I'm glad you touching on that base of the cap, the luxury, and the apron, because I think it's 178 and then 160, 178 and 160 4 or something like that. Something like that. I got the numbers at home. I'm not home, but I got the numbers. And if we do something similar to just sign it, if we could get OG at 35 and Harden sign at around 17, we should be a little bit under the tax, the apron. We got two we got a biannual money, and we got a trade exception from Obi Toppin's deal, which is, I think one is 4 or 5 million, and the other one is 9, 10, 11 million dollars or something like that. But I think the Knicks go out and get their 8 players. The long as they get Hardenstein and OG at those numbers, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll pick up those 3 picks and put them on the bench and let go of those guys that we have on the bench, like the Charlie Browns and so on and so forth. And then, we have a chance to, acquire 2 more players with that biannual and the trade exception that doesn't hit the cap. It doesn't hit. I think those 2 things don't hit the cap. So we can, get 15 players and still be right at the limit, maybe just under the limit. If, messing around with Brock Aller, he's going to make sure that he keeps us under that limit.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And I definitely think so the Knicks look like, so according to that, they're positioned under the second apron for now. But if there's a threat and a flirt with getting into that second apron, all those exceptions and stuff that the Knicks have available to them, you're going to lose them. So I definitely think the Knicks are going to try to use those prior to getting into any aprons, because you're going to lose them. So yeah, I agree with you that they're going to, whatever the biannual, whatever they got, they're going to try to use them.
Yeah, and I think the way that all the hoopla about who went and played with the Knicks and all that stuff, the 24th pick and the 25th pick, I think is right around $3 million, 2.8, almost $3 million, and the 38th pick, I think, is a couple of $100,000. So I think they signed all 3 of those players, man. I think they get them in here, leave them on the bench, substitute them back and forth to the G League. I think the biggest people that we have to watch out for is if they're going to pick up Bogdan's contract, if they're going to or if they're going to pick up Precious contract. So hold on one second. But go ahead, yeah. I'm listening.
All right, no doubt. So yeah, I mean, it's all very interesting. It's going to be a lot more going on with this apron stuff and the Knicks cap issues and restrictions and or flexibility, because we've got a little flexibility right now, but it's all about how the Knicks play it. So far, they've shown that they've been very frugal, but also very smart in how they've been planning to go forward. I wouldn't expect them to forget how they've been doing business for the last couple of years overnight. So I expect them to kind of be in that same realm of thinking. But we'll see, man. We just got to watch how it plays out. I mean, that's the problem with the off season. We're not even in the official off season yet, but all the speculation and stuff goes rampant and drives narratives, and we go crazy with thoughts and speculation, and we don't know nothing. We don't know what the Knicks are planning. All of this stuff could be a smokescreen. The Knicks could be saying, yes, we want to bring in a star type player just to see out what it's looking like, who's biting. What teams are interested in getting rid of somebody, what players are interested in possibly coming to the Knicks, and we hear interest from them so that the Knicks can have an idea. But maybe they say to themselves, you know what, this team was pretty damn good when everyone was healthy. We need to just kind of fix everything around and get ourselves back, but add some guys that we can depend on if we have these issues again. Maybe none of this is their plan. Maybe they've said that. Maybe that's the idea that they want out there in the media. Because, obviously analysts and stuff have said the Knicks are interested in going out and acquiring a star player to add to this mix. We don't know. Because if they don't have a lot of flexibility and they're in danger of hitting in that second apron, because those penalties are rough. So the bottom line here, once again, guys, is most of the good teams that are championship contenders are flirting with that second apron, or if not, maybe they're in it already. I don't know about everybody else's statuses, but That's kind of how it's been. Before this whole second apron stuff was mentioned, other teams like Golden State and other contenders were at the top level. So they weren't in an apron because the second apron didn't exist. But now that it does, those type of teams would be living in that space. So that's what you can expect from a lot of championship teams. As I just explained a little while ago, it's either you're there already because that's the way you chose to build, or you're under it. But now that you've had success, your players are going to require that you compensate them, and that will bring you into the second apron if you want to continue with the same group. So it's kind of unavoidable if you're at that level. So we don't know if the Knicks want to be there yet. And if they really do want to get that, they might just be trying to put stuff out there to kind of see what the narrative becomes, like what players are interested, what teams are willing to trade, and what it'll look like if the Knicks decide to go that route. I don't even know if honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Knicks once again are running it back and just trying to add some little pieces here and there just to fill out the roster and give us better health. These star players come with a lot of baggage. You know what I mean? Donovan Mitchell to me could work here, but he has his own baggage and he's got a nice salary. You know what I mean? So, and the only guy that honestly was one guy that I think the Knicks seriously are thinking about, it's Mikal Bridges. I think that Villanova connection is strong, and I think they really are thinking about that guy, but they know the Nets asking price might be crazy. But other than that, I don't know, man. I can't believe in any of it because all these guys, the Embiids, nobody wants anymore. The Cats, nobody's sold on him. Like, there's so many guys out there that no one really believes on. The DeJounte Murray stuff that we were talking about hot and heavy before, that's died down. You know what I mean? This just, I don't know. And I honestly, I'll say this to, hold on. Started. Shout out to Panama Ray, who asked about the DeJounte Murray before. I just don't know if DeJounte Murray would be happy being a Knick, being behind Jalen Brunson, just like being behind Trey, and possibly being behind or sharing with Julius Randle. I don't know. I just don't know. I think he wants to be the man somewhere. So that's my opinion, but who knows? Just Knicks is back. Whoa, what happened? I see him, but I don't see him. I think you might have just went into a dead zone. I don't know if you can hear me. Maybe not. Let me drop him down. Yeah, he was good for a minute, but then he froze. All right.
A lot of those trades where we're talking about bigger name players, we have to also take into consideration, as a fan, if you're looking at someone that's $50 million hit for the year, we have to trade some players. And I don't think the Knicks are looking to trade DiVincenzo. I don't think the Knicks are looking to trade Josh Hart. I don't think the Knicks are ready to trade any of those guys. I mean, there's some mentions out there with Mitchell Robinson and signing and trading Bodega, that could probably get us close about $35 million. But then it's all about the money, man. If you follow the money, man, I don't think the Knicks want to go into that second apron. They may flirt around and maybe go into that first apron, but I do not see Brock Aller and that Wiz team that they got there going into that second apron at all. You know what I mean? I think they're going to stay far away from that. And to tell you the honest truth, and as every Knicks fan says, if we would have had a healthy roster, we probably wouldn't need it. And I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to pretty much run it back with the same money. If you do the math, like I wish I had it all written down because I think we might be going on tonight or something like that. But with all the money that's out there with the guys that we have to pay this year, we stay right under the cap, and then that's without Bodega, and that's without Precious. Now you add those guys, we get closer to the cap, and then I think we'll figure out we'll probably pick up Precious and maybe give him somewhere $6, $7, $8 million a year, maybe a contract from $21 to $24 million or something like that. That'll keep us at $8 million. Will keep us under the cap, and if we keep Bodega. If we keep Precious, then I think they're gonna try to relinquish from Bodega. If we keep Precious, then Bodega's not gonna be here. And then with that 9-man or so roster right there, then you add those 3 those 3 picks that we got. You know, they talking about Dunn, Kylie L.
Oh, Khalil Ware.
Khalil Ware, him, and another guy they were talking about, you know, and at 38, which would be about 2.8, close to $3 million for the year, which, you know, altogether could be around $7 million, but still keep us under the cap. And then we can still use that biannual and that trade exception that doesn't hit the cap and be right at the first apron or a little bit into the first apron. You know what I mean? So I think that's kind of where they're going to want to go. You know what I mean? I don't think they're going to the Mikal Bridges thing is pretty much over. I think unless you're ready to make some big trades, unless you think that the Knicks are going to come off of Josh Hart, unless you're going to come off of DiVincenzo, that's about $30 million right there, $10 million and $20 million, you know, and then sign somebody with those 2 guys. And I think those guys have set their way here in New York. And I don't know if I'm ready to see someone coming in and taking the shooting position from DiVincenzo. You know, in my opinion, you know, I think DiVincenzo has set himself up real good to be the shooting guard for us for a couple of years while he's on this $11 million contract. I think we keep him. I think Josh Hart is going to stay here. I don't think Josh Hart will probably be here after Brunson to be here. He's here for the duration. You know what I mean? So I think if you follow the money, that's what the whole thing about this whole summer thing, following the money. I think with the contracts that we have available, only 2 contracts that I'm really worried about this year is OG and iHeart. And me, in my opinion, I don't know if there's a team that's really looking to pay iHeart $23-25 million and not like that. I don't know. I mean, he has played his way into the realm of being maybe for a center, maybe the top 10 highest paid center. Yeah, but what team is he really going to go for? Is OKC really looking for a big man like that with Chet Holmgren there? Do he really want to go to Detroit? You know, Detroit has a little bit of money. I don't think if he goes anywhere and signs a big contract, it's going to be in one of the 16 teams that were in the playoffs this year. And the only other team that I could possibly see him going to is OKC, but I don't think they're going to. And there's chat out there about this guy in Brooklyn, their center going to over to OKC as well. The center from Brooklyn, the light skin.
Yeah.
Him. I can't remember his name right now. Yeah, so I can't remember his name right now. But he's maybe a big target. I think he's a free agent. Maybe they can offer him that type of money. But I don't see. I think the Knicks are going to stay pat and hopefully, like I said, sign Hartenstein to close 17, close to that max money that they could pay him, 16, 17, $18 million. And OG somewhere around $32 to $35 million. He'll probably have some exceptions on his thing. You play 65 games. You make the all defensive team will give you some perks or something like that. They may sign him at 32, and with the perks, he'll make about 35, 36 million. So I think that's where they're going to be at. These guys work the book. That Brock Island guy is amazing. He has kept us under the cap and kept us plausible for being a contender team for the next couple of years.
Yeah. Nicholas Claxton. Shout out to the chat. Appreciate y'all, man. I agree with that. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me too. Shout out to Just Knicks, man. I'm sorry, brother. I know you in the car in the whip. We were having problems connecting. So appreciate you, bro. I don't know if you're able to come back, but if not, hey, man, we'll catch up next time, bro. Shout out to the Woogieack in the building. What's going on, my brother? Woogie. I can't call it. Bricks Nation says Nets owner seems like a nice civil guy. McCall wants to be a Knick and the Knicks will slightly overpay. I mean, he comes across a certain way. I don't think he's newer. So I don't know if he buys into the whole rivalry between, the two teams in New York and stuff like that. I don't know, but either way,
if we're looking to get Mikal, we're gonna have to trade off some players. With Mikal's contract, with Bridges' contract puts us right into the first luxury tax. And I mean, adding him with OG, his 21, 22 million plus OG's 32 to 35 million, and Hardenstein 16 to 18 million puts us right into that first luxury tax. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure if we're going to look for him this year. You know what I mean? I would love to get him, but if we do look to get him, we're going to have to look also and be ready for a trade. You know what I mean? And you're talking about maybe a Josh Hart and a DiVincenzo.
so I would say this. How would you feel about this shot? I'm not saying that this can happen. We don't know. If the Knicks was somehow willing to make a trade that made us give up, this is all dream scenario stuff. I mean, it's actually possible, but it's dream scenario stuff because we don't know what's real. If the Knicks could somehow trade for Mikal Bridges, right? We trade Bojan, we trade Mitchell Robinson, and we trade Deuce McBride. I know, guys, I know, but just and that may not be enough as far as players. Like they may not want that package. They may want different. But say if that could work, and we traded them picks, right? But we kept one of our first round picks that we have for this year, and say with that first round pick, we were able to draft Zach Edey, right? Zach Edey replaces Mitchell Robinson right away. You bring in Mikal Bridges. You're into the first apron. Then you bring Rokas over. Would I be upset with that team? No. I think that would be something that I think the Knicks could go to war with. And if you're in the first apron, I think it's worth it because look at the people you got. So the show was already like, Ron, that can't work. I said it's a dream scenario, but it's possible. It may not be possible in the way in which I said it. Maybe money-wise, I know it's possible. So I don't know why that can't work money-wise, because money-wise is possible. Whether the Nets wanted to do it or not, that's another thing, whether they liked what we had. But my question is, why can't it work, at least for one season? And when I say this, at least for one season, remember, I always say this. So let's see. Okay, let me just check something real quick because he's hitting me with the money don't add up, and you know what we got to do.
Yeah, if you add in Mikal, that puts us right into the second apron. Even if we get off of Mitchell Robinson and Bodega, that means we more than likely will have to sign and trade Bodega. That means we will have to pick up the whole 19 million. I believe I may be wrong. I believe we will have to pick up the whole 19 million in order to be able to trade him. But right now, only thing we only have to pay Bodega, I believe, is the $2 million or something like that. I wish I usually call when I'm home, so this way I could have a reference point. That I just seen that you was on. I had a couple of minutes. I'm on a lunch break. I said, let me come on and chat it up. But I think the $2 million right now is what we have to pay Bodega. If we need to make him a trade, to make him available for trade, we have to do it before June 28th, I think it is, and we will have to sign him to that $19 million deal in order to trade him. So that will put us in, that would have to put us right into the luxury tax. You know what I mean? And then
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I if I know that I'm gonna make this trade, I don't mind going into that luxury tax into that first apron.
For Bridge. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you picking up Bojan and say that's 19 million, right? Mikal is making 23. Oh my God, this is so annoying. These pop-ups. He's supposed to make 23 million, a little over 23 million for this season coming up, right? And then he's supposed to make 24, almost 25 million for the following season. But whatever. So 19 and 23, obviously we're under. We have to add something to that. Technically, you could add Deuce to that, and those two make up for that money, right? Just saying. You don't even need Mitchell Robinson if we're just talking about the money. But you could add Mitchell Robinson to the trade, and then obviously the Brooklyn would actually have to give us something else. I don't know what that would be, but they would probably
Dorian Finney-Smith.
Maybe Dorian Finney-Smith is an example. So when you say, this is what I don't understand, how is it that we can't, and I don't mean you, I mean Sherwin, how is it that we can't do that deal? Because the money matches up. And I do know that we would go into the first apron, but I'm saying, yeah, I'm not trying to do this stuff. I hope that's clear. I'm not trying to do this trade and not expect to go into the first apron. I expect we're going to go into the first apron because we're talking about the ability to have Dante DiVincenzo, Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle, OG Anunoby, and Mikal Bridges on this team. Ooh. I'm willing to go into the first apron for that. That's what I'm saying. Now, the other thing that I wanted to say is, even if that's the case, if you got to let Hartenstein go, then you got to let Hartenstein go. I think there's a way to bring him back, but if you can't, you can't. I think I would honestly say that even though I value Hartenstein, I think having Mikal Bridges on this team is even more valuable than Hartenstein for what the Knicks are lacking. I think that would help because you can go out there and get a center that can play defense and give you some rebounds. And you know, the most important thing is to try to find somebody who could also score. But if they can't score, you're right back where you was anyway. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I don't want to shortchange Hartenstein or Mitch.
The way you're talking, Ron, I mean, could be possible if we get off of Mitch, because that same trade that you're talking about, now we got to try to hold on to one of those trades and get this the guy that you just mentioned, Eli Zaliki. It's just 2 or 3 of those guys that's in that bracket, but you just mentioned his name. That big guy could just fit in, like we were talking about. If Hartenstein leaves, we could just fit him in. I mean, you know, if Hartenstein leaves and we gave Mikal Bridges, then you know that means that Mitchell Robinson is starting.
Right. So let me see here, because you got me going crazy over here, brother. And not you, Sherwin. Sherwin got me thinking. You got my thinking cap on. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, Sherwin. Let me do a little research.
I think Sherwin is more on the way of the Knicks ain't trying to go into that second luxury tax. You know what I mean? And the money works, but we will be into that apron, that second one, you know, closer to the second one than just bypassing the first one, you know.
Right.
I think that's where he's more on it, like, you know what I mean? Follow the money. You know what I mean? I wish I had time. I'm getting ready to go back. I wish I had time to sit down and you know, we go over the thing to see exactly what it is with Julius Randle money, which is about $35 million. Brunson's money is about $25 million. Then you got $10 million from DiVincenzo. You got $20 million from Josh Hart. And that's pretty much, that's the Deuce McBride, $3 million. Sims, $3 million. And, you know, that's pretty much it. I mean, I think those are the guys that are already on the contract with paid contracts. And now you have to add in 32 to 35 million for OG, 16 to 18 million for Hartenstein, you know, and after you add all of those numbers up to see where you at, I wish I had my book. I think we just under the luxury tax by about $5, $6, $7 million. Another reason why I was thinking about why the Knicks would maybe think about considering picking up all 3 of the first round picks. And I mean, because all 3 of the first round, all 3 of the 2 first round and the second round pick, all their money adds up to around 2.8 and a couple of $100,000, maybe close to $7 million. And I mean, for the year will work perfect. You know what I mean? In the contract things with the Knicks. And I mean, and it wouldn't put us into that second. I think the Knicks are willing to go into that first apron, but I don't think they want to go. I mean, that first tax, luxury tax, but I do not think that the Knicks would want to go into that section, luxury tax. That really restricts you. That starts taking away your long-term first-round picks, freezing this up. You can't make no deals. If you want to make a trade, it got to be 1 for 1. If you want to play for $50 million, you got to have a player on your team for $50 million or $25 million. Everything got to be an even trade. There's no money could come back or no extra money can be sent out. You can't use no money on your books to go into a trade with somebody and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Doing all this homework, being a damn podcast, it sucks sometimes because you want to get on and you want to kind of act like you know what you're talking about. But a lot of these things with this luxury tax is it restricts you. The first luxury tax, a little bit. The secondary luxury tax kills you. You know what I mean? So that's why one of the reasons why you see Boston have 5-6 players that are high paid players, and everybody on their bench is $2 million rookie deals. You know, they ain't paying nobody on the bench. And you know, I don't know if the Knicks want to play. Well, you know, we play 6 players a lot of the time this year, but 6 players, and then you got a whole bunch of Tito's on your team. You know, a whole bunch of people that
right.
You know what I mean? A whole bunch, you know.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, man. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it's all very interesting, very interesting. I don't know. I'm messing around here. I'm trying. I see what Sherwin is saying because I'm messing around with this trade machine. I'm not showing y'all because I'm just trying to figure it out on my own. I see where I'm getting some hiccups here with trying to actually follow through with executing it. I don't quite understand why it's not allowing me to use certain things. I'm assuming because money-wise, it's throwing me into
a luxury tax.
Right. And so it's not allowing me to, because the Knicks still have 3 trade exceptions. They've got a RJ Barrett $5 million trade exception.
I forgot about the RJ one. I was just talking about the Obi. Talking about the Obi one. Mm-hmm.
They've got the Obi one that's $6,800,000, and they also got a Malachi Flynn one that's $3,800,000.
Oh man, I didn't know that either. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure this out, and I know that when you start getting into the aprons, it takes away your ability to use these exceptions. But I'm like, you know, I don't want to rack my brain with this, but I'm gonna figure this out, guys. Maybe that's what I need to do. I need to come up with a scenario and then get it to work, and then I'll talk about it.
Yeah, you gotta get some pen and paper because that's what I've been doing. Now that you said that about, because I know they had the RJ one, and I thought that was a little higher. Maybe it was the 2 together because I thought it was like 11, 12 million. So you said one is 3 and one is 6 and the other one. So maybe those 2 together I put together somehow. I'm not paying attention, around 10, 12 million dollars, because you can actually use those trade exceptions if they really wanted to maybe get Bodega. And I mean, after you pay Bodega I think that you pay him to $2 million, and then you can offer him that $10 million from that trade exception. And
my bad, Nice. I see you.
And then it won't go against your cap. And I mean, all those exceptions don't go towards your cap. But if you go into the luxury tax, then you can't even use those exceptions. So they would have to do
that. Right. So that I think that's where I'm getting caught, sure. When I think that's why you're saying it can't work, because we can't use the exceptions, and that
right. We can't use the exceptions if we're already in the tax. If we're already in the first apron, the first, I call it cap. I call it the cap, and then I call it the first luxury. If you go into the first luxury, then all those exceptions are not pretty much non and void. And if you go into the second one, now you're talking about taking away first round picks and prior years, 4, 5, 6 years down the line, your first round picks, you don't even get them. You can't trade them up. You can't trade them down. You can't do anything with them. So a lot of this stuff has to deal with following the money. It's all about the money.
Let me tell you something. Looking at Brooklyn got some issues of their own over there, and they're not getting any value out of it. They are like they are $16 million over the freaking tax line. And they've got trade exceptions, like they've got a $20 million trade exception from Spencer Dinwiddie and $11 million from Joe Harris and 6 from Patty Mills and 9 from Royce O'Neal. And they wouldn't be able to use those either.
Yeah, that's all because of Ben Simmons. That's all because of that big salary of Ben Simmons.
It looks nasty over there. Like, at least the Knicks have been winning, and we could say they got a team that's going in a good direction. Like Brooklyn, yuck. Let me get out of here. It's hurting my eyes. Let me bring Nice up in here. Nice, you good?
Yep, I'm good.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
How's everything, my brothers? The only reason I'd rather just do it without the video is just so that it doesn't, let's say, disrupt what you guys have going on. Because imagine I'm driving, I'm also moving. I don't want to be looking like I'm not paying attention when I am. But you know what I mean. So
Yeah,
man,
everybody's coming in from work or on the move. Shah's here; he's about to head back to work. I
Yeah.
appreciate you jumping in, Shah, man. And so what's going on, Nice?
man, with the team that we have, I just feel like it's better off. Like we already have our core. We shouldn't be focusing on getting all these available players because at the end of the day, we just need to worry about what fits with the New York culture that we already have going on. I really feel like one of the best pieces that we could actually get is not like Mikal Bridges. It will be second just because he's Villanova and it's cool to have let's say the group all together. But the one that I'm really interested in is in the dude from Utah Jazz, the skinny white boy.
Lauren.
Yeah.
Oh, marketing.
Like I don't mean it with no disrespect, but I'm just saying like we need somebody big. We need somebody that could block, could spread the floor. That if we need like an Embiid type of player that he could also shoot threes here and there. We need players like that because if you notice, that's what was really destroying us playing against the Pacers. With no, like we knew that what's that dude name in the Pacer that he plays as a center?
Jalen Smith, was that it? Was that him?
No. The dude
you're talking about Miles Turner.
Miles Turner. So we need a player like Miles Turner that actually could spread the floor, but at the same time, whenever we need that defense presence to guard somebody kind of lengthy pulse on that, we don't have a problem because we have that type of size. We can't keep on.
The only thing with marketing is that he's got the size, but he's not great defensively.
Yeah, and he's not really a great 3-point shooter either. He's okay. He's okay in the corners, but not a spotter. I mean, not a stop and pop shooter. A set shot he can shoot though.
No, I feel you. But what I'm saying is that haven't you guys noticed? Hey, how's everything, Mama? Haven't you guys noticed that whichever player ends up playing for the Knicks, their way of changing. All right, have a good one. The way that they be doing things once they come to New York, they start changing. It's like they start adapting to the players that the New York type of tempo be playing. So nobody would like we knew that iHeart he's pretty cool and everything. Nobody expect this from iHeart, and look what he gave us. He gave us nothing but blessing. So I feel like if we give him a chance. But we need somebody big. Like we cannot go into the postseason thinking that all right, we have Josh Hart, we have Brunson, we have a lot of small guys, and when we need a three that could defend, oh yeah, like he could defend, but he can't shoot. How are we going to spread the floor? That's what was really killing us because Turner, whenever he's about to shoot, have a good one, buddy. Always when Turner he's about to shoot and stuff. It's like everybody is spread. No Knicks player wants to defend the perimeter because it's like, well, if Turner is out there, might as well let's leave, and that's how a lot of cuts gets created because people they catch us sleeping. They catch us sleeping based on they don't have a center, and once you have somebody trying to cut, do it very quick. That's how they could take advantage of it, and that's what we need. We need players that. Anything can happen, but our center could actually shoot, or somebody as close to a center could actually shoot to spread the floor.
Right. I mean, I see what you're saying. My only issue that I have with regards to marketing, well, it's two issues. One, he also gets hurt. You know, this year he played 55 games. Last year, 66, which is not that bad. The year before that, 61. Then the year before that, 51. Then 50. Then 52. So he's gonna miss some games. All right, that's it is what it is.
Yeah.
And I will say he's 7 feet. He does rebound adequately. Like I don't love it, but I can deal with that. Like he averaged 8.2 rebounds. For a big, you should at least get around there. So I'm okay with that. He makes Jerry Jackson Jr. look crazy. So yeah, so I can rock with that. But going back to the defensive side of it, you know, he only is at 0.5 blocks. So he doesn't block shots like that. So he's not a deterrent in the paint. And so if we were to get rid of Mitchell Robinson, for example, you really don't have any shot blocking presence down there. So the paint is going to be wide open. Yes, we'll be able to stretch the floor, but we won't have any deterrent down low. You already know. And the other thing is, if you're going after Markkanen, that means Julius is gone.
Yeah, the money. Follow the money. I was just about to say that.
Have you guys heard what they really wanted? Have you guys heard what they wanted for him? Julius Randle and 5 first-round pick. Like, what is wrong with them?
Crazy.
I mean, that's nuts.
Crazy.
That's nuts, bro.
That's crazy for a guy that hasn't made an All-Star team, been All NBA and nothing like that. haven't been solid. Healthy all these games and stuff like that, and then you want us to give you 5 first-round picks plus an All NBA, All-Star. I ain't with it. I think the Knicks. One of the best things for the Knicks right now is to pick these guys up. We got a 24 and a 25 pick where we could get. There's a couple of big guys. There's some bigs there's some bigs in this draft that's coming up that we can put on the Knicks. And like you were saying, the Knicks, the Knicks this year have every player on the team has excelled. And I think if you put these 2 young guys over there, is one guy that's about 24 and there's one guy that was 19, and this guy Dunn. And it's I can't keep messing his name up because I don't have my book. But these guys can come in, fit in, and be on your bench. And there's another guy that I got his name written down that is like a mirror image of OG Anunoby, that when OG came in the league wasn't a great shooter, but was a defensive guy that you could turn him into a shooter almost similar to OG Anunoby. So those are things I think, and you got to follow the money. Markkanen sounds great on the team, but can he fit in financially? That is the biggest thing. With anybody that we pick up, can we fit them in financially without losing the guys that we're so used to talking about? With that being said, with that being said, salute to both of you guys up here. Have a great weekend. I'm about to head back up to work, finish my last hour, and get out of here. You know what I mean? I'll text you once I get out. If y'all still on at 3:00, I'll be in the background in the chat. You know what I mean? And salute to you, Ron. Salute to you, SJ. And let's get it. You know what I mean? Follow the money. Follow the money. Follow the money.
You.
Peace.
Later, Sha.
Have a good one, Sha.
What was your question, Nice? What was you saying?
How much is he getting paid?
Oh, Laurie? Contract. What is he at now? He's making some decent money, I believe. Let me see. He is at... No, actually, he's got a really good contract. I mean, that part is true. He made $17 million last year. He's making $18 this year.
Yeah, but what's the point of them bringing up a scenario where they asking for Julius Randle and 5 first-round pick when salary-wise, Julius Randle is worth even more? What are you guys talking about? Why? I don't get it.
You do get it. You do get it, Nice. That's why I try to tell everybody, don't even bring these guys up. It's Danny Ainge, bro. It's Danny Ainge.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Hey, Ron, you just needed to say my answer is Danny Ainge. Oh, yeah. I got it.
That's it, bro. That's all it is. This guy, he just like he's a monster when it comes to this stuff. And I don't think he really likes the Knicks. I don't think he has a good relationship. The way things finished up with the Donovan Mitchell stuff with Leon Rose, I think. You want something, you're gonna have to pay everything. That's what. Yeah, I'm not just giving you nobody. That's just how it is.
Oh yeah. So the only I don't know, like the only player that I just want to focus, because I just feel like we already got a core with Julius Randle, Brunson. Brunson is the head of the Snake, so Brunson, Julius Randle, OG, Josh Hart and Devo. That's our core right there. Whatever comes after is like complementary pieces just to make us better, but that's it. Like we pretty much done with everything that we have now. It's like I said, do you have somebody in mind as a center that could shoot beside Turner?
I mean, unfortunately, the guy that I like, I think he's. Hold on, is he? What the hell? Why am I just had his name in my head, and I just. Oh man, I just forgot his name. The tall guy with the what's his name with the hair? Wow. Yo, I just seriously, because I was thinking about another name when you asked me that, and so now that guy's name is in my head, and I'm like forgetting who. Let me do it this way. Sometimes you got to jog your memory, man. That's what happens when you're old. Best shooting centers. Yeah, here we go.
I'm pretty sure MB or Joker is one.
Oh wow, he's not even in. That's interesting. He's not even in the top. What is this? 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. What a weird number. This is dumb. He's not even in the top 9, but I don't care about that. Let me see top 24. This is scoring guys. Maybe he might be in here. Hold on, I'm still looking. I'm getting there. I mean, if Nick Claxton is in here, then this guy should definitely be in here, I would think. No, he's not though. I don't see him. Because this is I think this is more about, I'm just talking about the ability to shoot and get baskets that way. But this is giving me guys who put up like bigger numbers, which is not what I'm looking for. I don't want the yeah, this is nuts. All right. I don't know. I can't think of the guy. I mean, Jacob Porto is one of those, but that's not the guy I was thinking of. He's a shooting center. He's decent defensively, but he's not that great defensively. But he's definitely somebody you can get. He doesn't make a lot of money. He's like he was with Utah. I don't know if he's still with Utah. What the hell is his name?
Yeah, most likely he's still with them.
Nah, I can't believe I've drawn a blank. Everybody always mentions this guy just being able to stretch the floor. Let me see if anybody said it in the chat. No, nobody did. Okay, he's. Thank you, Bodega. Jesus. Kelly Olynyk. Yes, Kelly Olynyk. Yeah, man.
Bodega for the save.
Don't get old, guys. Do not get old. Stinks.
Or have Bodega just next to you.
Yeah, right. I need to get myself a fact checker guy on staff. Just can you pull up? Yeah, that's what I need. All right, so let's see what Kelly Olynyk is at now, because I'm sure he's not as good as he was before, but let's see where he is. Let's go to stats. And let's see where he's at. All right, so he averaged. Oh, he played with. This is combined because he played with two teams. He was with Utah early, and then he got traded to Toronto. Which shooting wise, he was averaging 42 from 3 with Utah, but then he was averaging 33 with Toronto. You got to split the difference, whatever, somewhere in around the 35 percent range, 36 maybe. He was averaging 8.1 points with Toronto. He was averaging 12.7. I'm sorry, 8.1 with Utah. He was averaging 12.7 with Toronto. Rebounding, he's around 5 rebounds per game, but it's within around 20 minutes. 4.4, so 4.5 assists in 20 minutes. 55% from the field. 83% from the free throw line. Yeah, so I'm like, he's the type of guy that you could bring in who is for one purpose. You can have your defensive center who can do other things. You can have a Kelly Olynyk who can come in, help out, grab some boards here and there, but stretch the floor. You know, good shooter, good scorer, really good free throw shooter. Like he's the type of guy that I don't think costs a team that much money, even within a trade. Let's see what his contract is. I mean, I could be wrong. You know, you never know with these guys. Kelly Olynyk is making he's going to make 12 million, a little over 12 million, 12.8 for 2024-25 and 13 million the following year. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? I think that's like a value type of pick that gives the Knicks something. It's kind of like when Miami decided to go get you know, the dude that used to play with Minnesota all those years. Golly. Yo, I'm talking about a brain. I didn't have my vitamins today. It was my ginkgo biloba. I'm like, yo, I'm forgetting everything, bro. The Miami Heat center that is a backup, a super backup now, and really only does one thing. He's a one-trick pony now. Miami Heat roster. I'm sorry, guys. This sucks. Like I said, don't get old. Kevin Love. Thank you. Kevin Love. Right. Like a Kevin Love. You know, Kevin Love made an immediate difference for Miami once they first got him. It means
but I don't see Kevin Love leaving.
Oh, no. I don't want Kevin Love. But I'm saying Kelly Olynyk can be like a Kevin Love for the Knicks.
Oh, yeah.
Sherwin Sherwin, I hear you. But the point is the flexibility that it gives the team. It's only you're going to need it in certain situations. You're going to play a team that you don't match up with well. You can't fight firepower with firepower if you don't got the firepower. You know what I mean? And it's not going to hurt you to have a guy making 12 million off the bench that you can use that is a center that can come in and score.
Distribute right out the bat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to kill you. And Kelly Olynyk is that type of guy.
It's the same thing as Bogey.
Yeah, but I mean, he's right though. She's not a good defender, so Thibs ain't gonna love him.
Man, I just don't know. Like every player that I see with the Knicks is because there's so many players that has already bite on the system that it makes it so hard for anybody new coming in for them not to adapt to the new to the culture, because they're gonna be sticking up like a sword. What is it?
Sticking out like a sore thumb.
Yep. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Like the Knicks have something now going for themselves that they have the structure. They started building that house and they build it with the right structure. That whoever comes, they already know they got to play defense.
That's true. That's true. You're not wrong about that. That is true. Like if you come to the Knicks now, that's the great thing about having Tom Thibodeau here. I know people, still have their feelings about it, but he helped create a culture for the Knicks. So now people know when you go to the Knicks, this is what is expected of you. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. I have a question for you, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Out of all the positions that we could focus on, which position to you is the most important or the most critical one that we have to focus on? The only reason I'm asking is
Oh no, go ahead. No, continue. I'll answer.
Now the only reason I'm asking is because I just love to hear from different aspects, because maybe I'm missing something,
Well, I mean, I may not have the same thoughts that everybody else has. People have their own feeling of what this team needs and what they're looking for. I personally say a shooting guard. It could be a shooting guard or a small forward, either way, but they need a scoring person, a person who can score. They got to be able to get buckets. That's in my opinion. I think the Knicks have enough defense to deal with a lot of the teams in the league. The Knicks still have one of the best defenses in the NBA. It doesn't have to be number one, but it's definitely not, it's in the top 10. And in some cases, when everybody's healthy, it's top 5, maybe top 2. But my point is what the Knicks need is some more scoring, because as defense does win games, but I don't know if defense wins championships anymore. The league is so offensive oriented now. Go ahead, Nice. What were you going to say?
Do you have somebody in mind already?
I mean, I've always had somebody in mind. The fan base doesn't necessarily love him anymore, but I mean, it's always Donovan Mitchell to me, or someone like that who can score at a special level, like game changer scoring. Now, you don't have to have that. You can just get a guy who can come in, but that guy's got to come in. I got to know that this guy that comes in can get me 18 points easy, like easy. I give him 20 minutes or 20 plus minutes, 25 minutes. I can get 18 points from this guy. Easy. I don't care who
I'm gonna give you a name. I'm gonna give you a name, but he's not gonna give you those type of numbers you asking for. But defense, you know that's not gonna be a factor. You know he plays defense. I know a lot of people they don't like him, but hey, minimum salary, and his name is Kelly Oubre. What do you guys be thinking about him?
Listen, look, I've already said, if you listen to my opinion about this Knick team, the most typical scenario is that the Knicks bring back the same squad and add a couple of insurance pieces. That's what I've been saying. And Kelly Oubre would be a great insurance piece. You already know he comes out, he plays solid defense. He's got some spunk to him. He can score the basketball. He's a little streaky, but I like that fact that he's better than most streaky players. He has a little bit more consistency there. But I also, the one thing that I like about Kelly Oubre is that he's got a certain level of toughness in him that you'd like to have on your team, and the toughness translates to his game. He's the type of guy that can see that the other team is building momentum, and before they start feeling themselves, he'll come down and try to dunk on somebody. I like that.
Yeah.
That's so even though I hated him, I mean, not hated him, but I dislike him with Philadelphia. He's the enemy, but I'm cool with having that guy on the Knicks. I'll tell you that right now.
Man, he being a Knicks player, I'm telling you right now, we ain't gonna miss a beat because we have OG, and he could be a bench player coming back right behind OG. But coming right behind OG is like we're not missing a beat. We have defenders in all angles, and his wingspan, if I'm not mistaken, is what is it, like 7 foot or something like that?
Yeah, easy.
Yeah. So it's like what I'm focusing on. If that's a position that you want to focus more, man, Kelly Oubre will be the guy. And he doesn't. And he's not even charging people crazy amount of money the way that the NBA league is paying now these days.
Yeah, you may be right about that. Well, here's a guy. What do you guys think about this, my fellow Knick fans out there? What about a guy like this who hold on. Let me see. Let me find them. This, because this guy is interesting. You know what I mean? Y'all might really want to rock with this guy. Y'all might say he could be the type of guy we need on this team, and he's definitely not making a lot of money. He's cheap. You know what I mean? Because if you know that the Knicks have some type of issues with regards to money and flexibility, he might definitely work for what they're trying to do. Hold on. All right. Okay, here he is. Oh, wait. I missed one thing. Okay, there we go. All right, so where is he? I just had him. Go back to it. Okay, type it in. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so this guy is very interesting because he can do some interesting things on the basketball court. He's got pretty good size, right? So now this is a limited playing time, right? This guy, he had averaged 10 points. Once again, this is limited playing time though. 4 rebounds. I know that's not the sexiest. A little under 2 assists. Half a block, half a steal. I get it. I understand that. But he shot 77% from the free throw line, right? He shot 40% from 3, right? he shot 57% from the field. And this is all limited time, right? And he only played about 21 minutes, and he wasn't a focal point of the offense. Now you bring him with the Knicks, he could do the same role if used that way. And if somebody goes down, understand that all those numbers that I just mentioned to you with more playing time if need be can go up.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about bringing in a guy like that? I don't know. What's your thoughts on it, Nice? And if anybody else in the chat, just the idea about that.
I'm going to take the cheating method. What's the name?
Oh.
Because
Okay.
everything sounds good. Everything sounds good.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I'll put it up so you guys can know exactly who it is. But I don't know. Let's know if the chat is weighed in on what they think about bringing in a player like that for this Knick team. Keep in mind, you're bringing everybody else back again. OG, everybody. You know what I mean? This guy is just a piece to help the team going forward. Let's see. All right, I'll show you guys who it is.
Coming back to the Big Apple.
Huh? What you know about that?
I like it, but remember one thing, Ron. Remember how everything ended up?
I know.
On his departure from New York.
I know. Obi Toppin, once a Knick, always a Knick. Huh? Come on, baby. What we talking about? What we talking about? What y'all know about that?
Man, me being honest, Ron. Hard right, bro.
Come on, man.
I would. Man, as much as I want Nobi, I just don't want the chemistry to be disrupted because you saw how things was flowing with him. And if that's the case, I'd rather pass. I
mean, but not for nothing. Isn't that kind of surprising? Don't you think that's interesting? He shot 57% from the field, 40% from 3, 77 from the free throw line.
But we all knew that, right?
I know. I just think it's interesting that, once he got settled in, the numbers were pretty decent. I mean, and it kind of points to more playing time. Maybe not there, but somewhere else. Obi might be interesting. I personally don't think he works for the Knicks either. I just thought it was interesting, and I thought I should throw it out there because we did talk about this prior to Obi getting traded, which was broken on Know the Ledge that day. He got traded right when I was on. But either way, before that happened, we had talked about if Obi gets traded, would you bring him back at the end of the season? I mean, so just interesting. It was just an interesting conversation. I personally wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. And it wouldn't work because he left and this is why you don't burn your bridges, folks. Because I think the Knicks would consider, the Knicks bring back everybody. We brought back Burks, we brought back Tim Hardaway Jr. 45 times. We bring people back. But this is what happens, when you burn your bridges. You put yourself in a situation where you're not coming back.
You know that Obi, like literally, he shot himself on the foot. If he would have just been patient. Imagine Julius Randle got injured. All that time when we needed him, he would have had all the time in the world to continue because he has done it a couple times. There has been many occasions that Julius Randle got injured, so we got more time to see Obi and quickly playing. But it was a pattern. But hey, man, it was like he was getting impatient, and especially the way he left, it was like, do you really want that? And remember that Jalen Brunson's dad needed to step in to try to control him because he was about to go off on Coach Thibodeau.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's what took place. We heard the tape or whatever was on there. He definitely was not happy about his situation with the Knicks and how Tom Thibodeau was treating him. And so he had some stuff to say. So I mean, I think he went about it the wrong way. But I guess in his mind, he was like, you know what? I'm still here. I don't want to be stuck like Fournier. I gotta say something to get myself up out of here. I'm done. I want to go somewhere else. And he's like, forget it. But I just don't think it was the right way to do it. But even if he did it, okay, it is what it is. But I think what really is interesting is what Quentin Grimes did after knowing what happened with Obi, and then you wind up doing the same thing, not to the same level, but he basically kind of got himself out of here. So I don't know, whatever.
How's that working out for him?
Not too good at all. So yeah, I mean, that's Obi Toppin, guys. I know y'all want him back. I can see it in you. Some of y'all choked up right now. It's okay. Sure was laughing. If that
didn't play out wrong, that argument that he had with Coach Thibs, and we just decided to trade him all because we needed another piece or this and that. Believe me, I'm pretty sure that his name will have been top on the list to get him back.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Knicks definitely reached out to him to get him back if it wasn't for how everything ended up. I definitely agree, because he knows the system and he's adequate enough that even though Thibs may not be that happy with him, he's done some things even under Thibs that Thibs can say, okay, he played pretty good at stretches and points. So to have him as a backup, that if he was comfortable with the role, that would have worked. But he wasn't comfortable. Shout out to Coach Sire. Salute. Appreciate you. Bodega said his fans became toxic. He had to go. Sharice Duncan said pass. What's up, Sharice? Hope you're doing good. Rebuild NYK in the building. Salute to you. Always said if Obi was in a good place coming off the Knicks, Obi was in a good place coming off the Knicks bench. I mean, he probably was. That's true. Miguel P said he would have played heavy minutes this year. Yeah, he would have.
Yeah.
Maybe the Knicks would have been okay. We would have been a little better. It is what it is, guys. So,
and you know what's the funny thing, Ron? I'm pretty sure more people like more Obi than in comparison versus McBride. But the only reason that McBride is even high, you don't hear McBride arguing. You don't even see him complaining. Well, once his number gets called or his name gets called, he just plays.
Yeah, McBride is a really good team player, team oriented. But that's also because how his coach did things, and his college team. That's how they run things over there. Okay, so all right, that was for it's a realistic thing, but not really. But it was for giggles. I just thought I'd throw that out there. But someone who is realistic, but this guy's is not sexy, but this is real. Like, this is what NBA teams look at as filler to help their roster when they're going on a championship run. So this player is someone that actually is someone that the Knicks do have interest in. Let's see, and his name is Taurean Prince.
He's pretty good.
So I feel like once again, now when you look at his numbers, understand that Taurean Prince is a role player who plays a role. You do not depend on him to be your first, your second, your third, your fourth option. So his numbers are what his numbers are for the minutes he plays and his contribution to the team. And just so you know, because I don't remember off the top of my head. What was his minutes? He was playing 27 minutes per game, right? But he was averaging 7 shots per game, a little over 7 shots. So he's not a focal point of the offense. That's why his points they're nothing sexy. But, that being said, you guys can see, 44% from the field. Straight shooter. He doesn't live in the paint, none of that. But 39% from three, 73% from the free throw line. It's not incredibly sexy from the free throw line, but it's decent. You know what I mean? And 39% from three. And we already know that Taurean Prince is a good defender.
Oh yeah.
So he's someone that kind of fits what the Knicks like as a team. And he's 6'6", 218 pounds. He's 30 years old, so he's not, very old. He's, still someone who can continue to, help a team. So that's someone that the Knicks are actually looking at. How do you guys feel about Taurean Prince being on the Knicks? Knicks running it back, having him come off the bench, and also be able to fill in if we deal with certain injury issues. What's your thoughts on him, Nice?
How much are you getting paid? Minimum?
Probably getting paid more than that, but let's see. What? Let's see here. Actually, 4,500,000.
Yeah. So it's pretty much the same number as Uber.
Mm-hmm.
But the only reason I will lean more to Uber is because of his age, and man, every single time I see him playing against us, he always seems to piss me off. Pissing me off to a point that, man, I just wish that we had him in our team, because he has like that type of vibe that when everything is going with him, for him, he could wild up the actual crowd for him. And I love players like that, when like an Emmanuel quickly, that we could be down 10 or whatever, but once his shots is falling, and the whole crowd is in it, you can start seeing devastation in the opponent team's face,
Right. I mean, I will say, like, Kelly Oubre is another person that is these two guys are very similar. Kelly Oubre is a little younger. He's 28. He's slightly taller, 6'7", rather than the 6'6". He
and
took
that
more
wingspan.
shots. Yeah, well, I don't know about Taurean Prince's wingspan. But he didn't shoot as good from three, though. He shot 31%, whereas Taurean shot 39%. Now, granted, Taurean took less shots. I told you he took a little bit over 7. And Kelly Oubre was averaging 13 shots per game. He's also giving you 5 rebounds, 1.5 assists, the 0.7 blocks, 1.1 steals. It's pretty good. So, yeah. Something to look at. I think it's interesting. Let me see what the chat is saying.
Is he available this year?
Apparently he is.
Oh, there we go.
Jeremy Nussbaum says the Knicks can sign Taurean for the biannual exception, $4.6 million. Sherwin says Kelly Oubre will become an all-NBA defender with Thibs. You know what?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like, Kelly Oubre he's shown me a lot more than I expected. I'll give him credit for that.
Man, I remember even my little brother during postseason. Before postseason, he was like, "Oh, don't even talk to me about Kelly Oubre." And once he started seeing what Kelly Oubre was doing to us, man, well, I believe we didn't get this dude.
So Coach says pass on Prince. Okay. Darren Hood says he's worth it. Now, were you talking about Taurean or Oubre? Which one? Let me know, Darren. And Bodega says pass on Prince. Sherwin says Kelly Oubre is who I want the most. I hear you. Okay. Yeah. Jeremy says the Knicks chose to sign Ryan Arcidiacono, Taj Gibson over Kelly Oubre Jr. and Reggie Bullock. The Knicks brass are completely incompetent. Oh man, Jerry.
That was back then, Jerry.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I got you. So I think that's it's interesting to see how these guys stack up, because what they can do in these limited roles is actually pretty beneficial to a team that needs to round out their roster and have players that they can actually depend on, especially dealing with the injuries like the Knicks have. The other thing is, like we already talked about, money-wise, the cost is ineffective. Now, Kelly Oubre may have put it. Well, let's see. I don't even know if Kelly's let me see something. Kelly Oubre. Let's see what he's got going on here. Yeah, he's an unrestricted free agent. And let me tell you something. The Kelly Oubre signing was a little questionable in my opinion. My man was he decided to come in and he was getting paid $2 million. Do you guys remember what Kelly Oubre was making last year? I'll tell you.
To 17 or something like that?
14 million. And he decided to take $2 million to play with Philadelphia. Oh, I was pissed. I mean, don't get me wrong, I didn't love the guy, but that hurt my heart. I was like, you serious? So
that's why.
Yeah. Can you imagine getting Kelly Oubre here on the Knicks, making less than Deuce? What? That's nuts. So yeah, that hurt a little bit.
That's why you cannot count nobody out, and just at least sit down and speak to everybody, because you never know where their mindset is at. They might end up taking even less, but you got to give them the chance just to see where they at.
I agree. Yeah, so these guys are pretty interesting because you're looking for guys to just kind of help you continue to run it back. That won't cost you a lot, that allow you to use your exceptions, because remember, at some point when the Knicks get a little higher into these luxury tax stuff, into these aprons, we're going to lose the ability to use our exceptions until we can get out of that. And apparently they already said if you go into the second apron, you lose your exceptions. So it's like that. What's the point? You better figure out a way to use them now if you can, because that's crazy. Yeah,
I don't know the name of. Yeah, I don't know the name of this cat, but this cat, this NBA player, he's very controversial, and he has like the same gameplay as Obi, just a little bit. I think he's smaller than Obi though. The dude from Charlotte, like 2 years ago, he had a confrontation with his girl and stuff.
Oh, you're talking about Miles Bridges?
Yeah. That's another one that I feel like he will fit with New York, just because of the way he loves the crowd. When he plays against a crowd that is either for him or against him, he tends to play better.
Yeah, I mean, I hear. I don't know. I really don't know if the Knicks wanna go that route because they're so built.
Too much controversial.
Well, yeah, they're built heavy on this whole style of play and having good guys here. So I don't know if they would even want to entertain that. He's definitely he's definitely still a good player. I just don't know if they want to do the shift in having someone here that might add some controversy. The other thing is we in New York. New York gets. Now, go ahead.
Yeah, but have you ever heard? Yeah, have you ever heard of him being problematic with the team? Because the only plays that I heard that he's problematic is when he's out there, like he's away from the court.
Right.
But with the team loves him, if I'm not mistaken.
No, yeah, I don't think he's had any issues as a basketball player on the court. Everything has been off the court antics and issues. And I got to tell you, he should be on his best behavior. But the only time that you really got to pay attention to him is now, when there's no basketball. This is when you got to watch him and see what he does. But I think he's going to be on his best behavior. He's gone through a lot as a young player, and the perception and living in that
Have a go.
space is a lot. So. Yeah, I think he's definitely going to be on. I would expect him to be on his best behavior. But you can expect a lot of things. One of the faces of the NBA, Ja Morant, got himself caught in controversy. And you was like, oh, okay, well, that's crazy. He's got to learn from this. And then he gets himself caught up in some more controversy. So you never know with these guys. You never know. Let me see. I got another guy I want to talk about. Let me see here. Not a lot on that side. Wow. What is his before I can look at this. What's happening here? Siri's popping up on my Mac. I want you, Siri. I do not need you. I'm like, what is happening? Let me see. Let me make sure you guys can still. I got quiet all of a sudden. I don't know. Can you guys hear me still? Let me just double checking. Oh yeah, you can. Okay, cool. Yeah. Just double checking. Okay. Oh, let me shout out Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. Appreciate it. She said, get Oubre and Prince. We have to get bigger. I mean, it's not a horrible idea either. It's not a horrible idea. Coach says Eason. I know you've been saying I like Tara Eason. I don't know if Houston would be willing to let him go. Knicks 100. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. He says Mitch for Herb Jones. Both contracts are basically the same. Both teams win from trade, and we can draft the center. It's like 6-7s in this draft. 6-7s in this draft. Yeah. Maybe. Coach says he's only a gangster at home. I got you. Is Jones better than Murphy? You know, that's a good question because technically right now, Jones might be better than Murphy right now. But has Murphy got more talent and can be better than Jones? Yes. But, Murphy kind of got derailed once he got hurt, which kind of set him back a little bit. But Murphy's got all the same skills and talent. He is just like looking at a Mikal Bridges. Maybe they're hoping he can be a better scorer than Mikal going forward. I don't know. I mean, Herb Jones has more athleticism. Yeah. Knicks 100 is saying, yeah. Overall player, yes. Mm-hmm. Kelly was rehabbing his image. Okay. Nick Yak says Bridges. Oh, yeah, Miles. After, they were trying to run him out. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think they would bring in a Miles Bridges. Shout out to the chat once again. Appreciate you guys. We got 137 watching on all platforms. Please hit that like button if you haven't already done so. Subscribe if you like the content. We enjoy having you here. Those people that are on X, thank you guys for watching. Appreciate you guys. So yeah, I mean, there's some interesting people out there that the Knicks have to consider. Another guy that let me see, what's his free throw? Do I have that? Yeah, it's there. He's cool. I think that's it. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. All right. So another guy that the Knicks can take a look at. Let me see if I can load this one up. And he's a player that the Knicks, fans talked about him before, and content creators have mentioned him in the past before he went where he is now. But apparently he's somebody else that is, obtainable and has been rumored to be someone the Knicks are looking at. And some people say he would be a great fit for the Knicks. Let me pop him up here. Nice, said the phone just overheated. Nah, no problem, brother. But it's appreciate chopping it up with you. Either way, it's 95 degrees out there. Wow. Sheesh. Okay, so let's bring this guy up. And this gentleman is somebody that I've liked. I mean, sometimes he's a little streaky too, but when he's on, he's on. And we watched him be on against the Knicks. We also watched him be cold, but Malik Beasley, guys, what's your thoughts on Malik? 11.3 points per game, 3.7 rebounds, 1.4 assists, 0.7 steals, no blocks. Let's not even look at that. 44% from the field, 41% from three, 71% from the free throw line. Malik Beasley is 6'4", 187 pounds. He's 27 years old. What's your thoughts on a guy like Malik Beasley coming in here, being a part of this team? I think he's interesting. I definitely think he's interesting. I'm not opposed to Malik Beasley, but he definitely is another person that fits into that same height difference with the Knicks. He's a better scorer than Josh Hart is, though. He's a better scorer than Josh Hart is. Building Block says, nah, we don't need Beasley. Nice says, OG with Oubre, we will have top 2 defenders in the league. Interesting. Pete says, Malik has averaged 20 before. He has some upside. He has averaged 20 before. That's true. Beasley, JJ says, Beasley is a real good shooter. You don't get anything else, though. Knicks 100 says, Beasley is the mirror image of Quickly. Yeah, we know you don't like Quickly. Coach Cyrus says, pass. Okay. Now, the thing about Beasley is that he has the ability to play some sound defense. Now, mind you, Milwaukee's got a lot of issues over there with what they got going on. And remember, Doc Rivers is not Tom Thibodeau when it comes to defense. Rebuild NYK says Knicks don't need any more small shooting guards. Now that's an interesting point. Coach agrees with that. I hear you on that. That's an interesting point. You got one too many guys at the same height point, and it might not be where you want to go. I get it. You guys are it's not lost on me that we don't need another 6'4", 6'5" type player on the team. We need to, unless that player is a dynamic scorer And, I can understand where it doesn't make a lot of sense. But maybe somebody a lot taller that can help the team going forward. Let's see. Okay. Only small shooting guard I want is Spider. Let me drop this down. Apologize. Okay. Knicks 100 says Embiid on one leg was giving Mitch 30. I'm done with Mitch. Hey, man, let's not forget. Okay. Embiid is one of the best players in the NBA at MVP. You can't stop these guys. All you can do is slow them down, Knicks 100. Come on, man. Ain't nobody really stopping Embiid. Just like there's nobody that really stops the Joker. You could just figure out ways to allow him to get his and not let the rest of the team beat him. Oh man, I hear you, bro. But hey, and first off, let's not forget, Mitch was playing Embiid pretty well compared to everybody else trying to stop him. That is a fair point. Not to get too deep and heavy into the Mitch talk, but that was always my biggest thing. If I'm being super critical with Mitch, I said this a while ago, and I know other content creators have probably said it too. With regards to Mitch, the biggest thing that I always thought about was he is so limited offensively, right? And then his main focus was supposed to be working on free throws. And instead of your free throws getting better or at least remaining the same, or, they've gotten worse. I don't understand that. I don't understand it. Like, you can't tell me that at one point you shot over 50%. It might have been small 1 year. Then you go to 48 or whatever, or then you go to 44. Then you bounce between 44 and 46, something like that, right? And then you can constantly talking about, I need to continue to work on my shooting or my free throw shooting to get better at it. And you go from like 44 to 38. What? I can't deal with that. I'm not rocking with that. Okay, that's one. Then you tell me, okay, well, listen, guys, Mitch don't got an offensive game, but he's a beast on defense. I get it. And Mitch will tell you himself. Apparently his goal was to be first team all defense, if not even, defensive player of the year. This is Mitch's words. This is his goals as a player. You mean to tell me that you know that you struggle offensively? You really, there's not much you can do about it. You just don't have the touch. If not, you're still practicing, you're still working, but if anything, you're getting worse offensively. So, you know what I mean? Look, I know who I am. I'm just going to get into my defensive bag and keep showing y'all. Now, I will say, before Mitch got hurt, he looked like one of the best defensive centers in the league because he was still giving you the blocks. He was still being a deterrent. He was still giving you the rebounds, and he was getting steals, right? We never see Mitch get the way steals. He was top 10 in the league, not from centers, of all players getting steals before he got hurt. However, in the end, he gets hurt for 50 games. He doesn't qualify for any list. His numbers drop down compared to other players. And it's another year that goes by that not only is he not the defensive player of the year, he's not third team all defense. He's not second team all defense. He's not first team all defense. We're talking about 15 players that are better than him defensively. I don't know. I mean, what can we say about that, guys? I can't. It's like OG Anunoby. Imagine OG Anunoby says, I want to be one of the best defenders in the league. And you look at the stats at the end of the year, he's not on any defensive stats. He's not one of the best at anything. What? We brought you in as a defensive stopper and you don't stop anybody? Like, numbers wise, you don't show up on any of the list? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure, guys. I'm not sure. Green screen stuff. Yeah. So that's kind of the biggest problem I have with Mitch with regards to that stuff. Like, I want you to be the best at what you are and what you can do. But if people are kind of looking at you like you are this good, then I would expect to see you on these lists. You know, just like with Obi, for example. I'm not comparing the two, but I'm just saying Obi is the type of guy, he's supposed to be quick, runs up and down the court, dunks between his legs, the ability to do all that stuff, the agility, the athleticism, yet you don't enforce your will and power. Nobody in the league says, watch out, better don't let Obi come down on the. Nobody ain't thinking about Obi coming down and doing nothing on them, you know. So I'm just saying, when I look at these guys, I'm like, I get it. The NBA is not easy. You got to be very blessed and fortunate to make the NBA. But if you're good at something and struggle at other things, then try to be the best at what you're good at. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I mean, and I'm not even going to talk about rebounding. We already know, rebounding wise, Mitchell is the best offensive rebounder in the league. Even the second best was Steven Adams. When Steven Adams got hurt, Mitchell became number one. But regardless, he's always there. Number one and number two, going back and forth. Rebounding is not an issue. He's a great offensive rebounder. And he's become a better defensive rebounder. But it doesn't change the other stuff that we talked about. See what you guys are saying. Hey, Ranrock's in the building. Salute. What's good? Yeah, I mean, from what I remember, Mitch played Embiid pretty good in the playoffs. That's what I remember. He was playing him so good that he had to get him up out of there. That's what I remember. Maybe you guys, let me see. Let's see. Let me see something here. Let's take a look at this. Curiosity. Now I'm curious, guys. All right. So I would have to go back to here and let me pull this up. Okay. All right. So let's see what we're looking at here. All right. 5-2. $430, 30, 425, 425. Okay, let's take a look at this, right? So, all right. Game 1, Philadelphia versus the Knicks. Mitchell Robinson played 30 minutes, right? He had 12 rebounds, 4 blocks, 8 points. Joel Embiid had 29 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals. He shot 8 of 22 from the field. So Mitch guarded him, and Mitch played 30 minutes. Joel Embiid played 37 minutes. So Mitch guarded him most of the time, and he was effective. You say what you will. If you can hold Joel Embiid to 29 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists on 8 of 22 shooting, 2 of 8 from 3, whatever. That's it. He is one of the best players in the league, one of the best offensive players. It's hard to stop this guy. I'm just saying. All right. Game 2. Okay, so Joel Embiid had 34 points. He shot 12 of 29, which was 41%. That first game, he shot 36%, right? He played 39 minutes. He shot 2 of 9 from 3, 22%. He had 10 rebounds and 6 assists. Mitch played 18 minutes, right? So he couldn't even play as much as he played in the first game. He played 18 minutes, which would also account for Joel Embiid having a slight increase in his numbers. Just throwing that out there. Just saying, it's a possibility. Game 3, Joel Embiid went off for 50, right? He played 41 minutes. He shot 13 of 19. He shot 71% from 3. He shot 90% from the free throw line on 19 free throws. He had 8 rebounds and 4 assists. He played 41 minutes. Mitch Robinson got hurt. He played 12 minutes. So he was not a deterrent. Couldn't really do much against him. He wasn't even out there. Then you got game 1, 2, 3, 4. Joel Embiid, 1, 2, 3, 4, had 27 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists. He played 44 minutes. Mitch played 25 minutes and had 7 rebounds, 3 steals, 2 blocks. But once again, notice Joel Embiid had 27 points, 7 of 19 shooting, 36%. So notice when Mitch is able to play above 20, 25 minutes against Joel Embiid, his numbers have gone down. Get what I'm saying? Then we had game 5, was it? No, it was game 6. I apologize. No, that game was game 5. Okay, that because Mitch missed game 4. That game that I just mentioned was game 5. So this game was game 6 when the Knicks were able to wrap it up. In game 6, what did Joel Embiid? Joel Embiid played 40 minutes. He had 39 points, 13 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, 1 steal. He shot 12 of 25, 48%. He shot 2 of 5 from 3, 40%. Mitch played 18 minutes. He had 9 rebounds, 1 block, 2 steals. And so once again, he didn't even play 20 minutes. And Joel Embiid was able to get off. And I don't doubt that Mitch at this point was already this is the game where I think Mitch was trying his best. You know what I mean? Trying his best. But it really couldn't. He was already hobbled. But he was still trying his best. And plus, this is an elimination game. And so Joel Embiid is going all out. But I'm not saying that Mitch was the greatest defender. But what I am saying is Mitch was playing Joel Embiid the best that I've seen a big man play him recently, because I don't see a lot of guys being able to do it. You can't. It's hard to stop that guy. It's hard. But I get it. If you don't like Mitch, there's reasons behind it, and I understand. I get you. D-Train says, I don't think Mitch can stop a fully healthy Embiid. That's fair, but I also think a fully healthy Mitch could do a lot more towards Embiid than other centers can. That's the point. So my question is not whether or not Mitch can stop Embiid, is who can stop Embiid. That's what I want to know. Who can stop Embiid? Now, I don't want to get that. It's a whole other narrative. I'm going to have to look up that dude that I hate, on Minnesota. I don't want to look into all that and see the better centers defensively in the league. I don't want to do that. But, that's my point. There's not many centers out there defensively that are going to be able to even slow down. Slow Embiid down. That's all I was trying to say. I hear you on that though, Bricks. I mean, I told you if you guys were here earlier, I gave my spiel as to why I think it's time to move on from Mitch. It's not because I don't like him. It's just, at some point, math ain't mathing. And so they get into that situation, and you just wanna hope that that the Knicks can make a good decision, a way to bring in somebody to help this team going forward. Because we run into that issue. You just can't depend on him anymore when you just know he can't stay healthy. Whether it's his fault or not his fault, that is the bottom line. He's just one of those people that it's a struggle right now. So how can we move on from that? And that's why we talked about other scenarios last week. We've talked about a couple. We had a couple of thoughts this week about who might be able to fill in for the Knicks. You know, I gave you one of my dream scenarios of being able to get it, but it doesn't work. Shout out to Sherwin. I got to do a little bit more thought as to how the money can work, because Brooklyn Nets have their own cap issues. The Knicks have some cap issues as well. So it's tough, because even if you figure out a way to make the trade work for Mikal Bridges on the Knicks side, you got to remember the Brooklyn Nets are in cap hell themselves. So they also have to be under the luxury tax in order to get the trade done on their end too. So it's not as easy as just saying the money matches up between these players, let's get it done. It's also how it affects both teams' cap that they're currently dealing with. So shout out to Sherwin for bringing that up. Appreciate you. Like I said, I give credit to people when credit is due, and that was a good point. So we'll see. Let's take a look at two more people. Well, actually, one more person, because we already talked about Mikal Bridges. And I know you guys know Mikal Bridges is a good player. I mean, I'm not going to bring up, anything we don't already know. If anything, you know what? I'll share this screen for Mikal Bridges real quick, just so you guys know what he did this season. We've seen what he's done in the past. We've talked about him. I'll share this with y'all just so you can see what he's doing. Well, I mean, what he did this year. Okay. So Mikal, there he is, 19.6 points per game, 4.5 rebounds, 3.6 assists on 43.6% shooting from the field. And stats wise, hold on. Boom. Here we go. Where are we? There we are. So 19.6, blah, blah, blah. 2 turnovers per game. 1 steal per game, 0.4 blocks. He's not a real, not a big person that blocks a lot of shots, but he does deter and plays solid defense. Shot 81% from the free throw line, shot 37% from 3. We already talked about the 43.6% from the field. In 34 minutes played, he played all 82 games. Shout out to him for that. And so that's what you're getting. Like I said before, if you think that, he's going to come in here and be a lighted up type of guy at a shooting guard spot, no, he's not a lighted up. He's a good scorer. He's not a great shooter. Don't get it twisted with this 37.2 from 3. He's not a great shooter. He's not automatic. It's going in. He gets very streaky with his shot. Very streaky. Sometimes he can be on one. He can be on a burner. But I've seen more often than not, his shot is kind of up and down. But he scores. He scores. And with his ability to get to the rim, get a dunk, whatever, he's great. Shooting 81% from the free throw line and, averaging 84% for his career. I mean, he's had 2 years back to back when he was shooting almost 90% from the free throw line. So he's solid. He's very solid when it comes to that type of stuff. Dependable. I mean, I think that's like the most favorable stat ever. The fact that he can shoot, play 82 games. I mean, that's like, what? That looks great. As a fan of this Knick team, watching a guy who can play that much, yeah, man, we need that. We'll take it. So I really like that, and I think that's like a kind of more of a wish scenario. It's not necessarily something that's going to happen, but it would be nice if they could figure out a way to make it happen and still retain our other key core pieces, which there's no guarantee that would be the case. And I know most of you guys would love to have Mikal Bridges here if it could work. Even Sherwin would love to have Mikal Bridges here if it could work. But as he said, when you look at the trade stuff, it just doesn't look like it works with the cap restrictions and everything, and that apron stuff getting involved. It looks really funky. So that is something to look at. All right, let me bring this next guy up. This will be the last guy we talk about this week with regards to this stuff, because going forward, I mean, we're not even in the offseason, guys. All of this stuff is speculation. Who knows who else is going to pop up that we may have to look at and say that this is a realistic option for this Knick team, because right now it's all over the place. I don't know who we can actually believe that will join this team and actually be a good fit for us. And we can actually realistically make happen without running into apron issues, because that seems to be the thing that's on everybody's mind these days. It's all about that second apron. I mean, it's weird. Times have really changed, man. It's all we talk about now. I mean, it's fair, but it's just weird. Okay, I think that's good. Now let's bring this guy up. He's, like I said, he's the last one on the list. He is somebody. Some people think that this is the type of guy that the Knicks really need, because we're lacking some of this, especially coming off our bench. Does it seem off? It's weird. It might seem a little off to me, but I'm going with it. All right, so let's get into this last guy. Get your thoughts on this. Once again, these are all pieces. These is kind of like my run it back pieces. These is guys you bring in to kind of help with what you already got going on now. And then this team will be in a situation where we can still do what we've been doing, and not worry too much about us losing the guys we enjoy being on this Knick team wearing that Knick uniform. DeAnthony Melton, folks. DeAnthony Melton is 26 years old, still very young. He's 6'3", 200 pounds. But the key is he is a decent defender, averaging 1.6 steals per game. He was averaging 11 points per game on 26.9. So basically, let's say 27 minutes played. Shot 38.6% from the field. That's yucky. Like, that's nasty. I don't love that number. I don't love that at all. That would have to change. But the good thing about it is his career, he's a 41% field goal from the field. The year prior, he shot 42.5 from the field. With other teams, he shot in the around 40, whatever. I don't love that, because the league average is around 44 or something like that. I don't love that. That points to his efficiency. I'm not a big fan of that. But which I never understand either. How can guys shoot better from far? You can't shoot good from close. Like, you can't shoot a mid-range shot. Like, what's going on? You scared of the trees that are in the paint? What is it? So he shot 36% from the three last year. His career, he's 36.9. He shot 39 before that, 37 the year before that, 41 the year before, whatever. From the free throw line, he shot 83% though, which is a nice number. Not a lot of attempts, but whatever. Still knock it down when you get it. He's a career 78.2% free throw shooter, averaging 3.7 rebounds, 2.8 assists. Mind you, he's 6'3", so the rebound's not a big deal. The assist number in 27 minutes, I don't know what, like, I just don't know. Like, I would love more assist from a guy who's playing 27 minutes and is not necessarily what I would deem a focal point of an offense. He can shoot and knock down the corner threes and stuff, probably, because where else would these numbers be coming from, right? and he's pretty good defensively as far as getting steals, right? But I don't know. That assist number, those assist numbers are very low. Career 2.8. 27 minutes with Philadelphia the year prior to that, 26. I just don't love those assist numbers. Now, that could be an indictment on Philadelphia's team and how good they are at knocking down open shots when he's passing the ball. It may not be all on him, but I would have to look at cleaning the glass and get a little bit more in depth in that stuff with regards to DeAnthony Melton. But yeah, so that's him. That's that guy that some people think is like a sure shot for the Knicks. Imagine that. They're like, he's the guy that the Knicks really want to bring in because of his playmaking ability and ability to knock down that open corner three or whatever, and also the ability to defend a little. I don't know, guys. I don't know. He looks okay. I don't know. Yeah, right. They overrating Bridges. Yeah. No, I agree with that, Knicks 100. The asking price that was originally out there for Miles Bridges is a lot. I don't think he's that good of a player. He's a good player. I don't think he's that good of a player. So it's like, do you overpay to bring him in? Now, we already talked about, I don't even know if the Knicks can do it, even if they wanted to. Let's see. Knicks 100 said I would still take Vanderbilt from the Lakers. I mean, I always like Vanderbilt. I mean, listen, I don't know, man. The thing about Tobias Harris, like, is he still a very solid player? Got some defensive chops. We know he can score offensively when given the opportunity. I just don't know, man. He's iffy to me, man. He's iffy. I know he's got it, but I don't know. I don't know. And would he be able to do it under Thibs? I'm not sold. Shout out to JM3. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. Salute. Yeah, that's the thing, Pete. That's what kills me with regards to DeAnthony Melton. That 38.6 shooting from the field is yuck. What is that? And then it's like, you want to say it's a fluke thing, which, I mean, he shot better at previous spots in previous years. But even when he shot better, he was still way under. I mean, to me, way under the average. Like, the average is around 44. He's at 41 or 40. I don't know about that. I feel like Kendrick Lamar. You don't know nothing about that. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about that. I see you guys talking about Shake. I don't know if Shake is ever going to get a fair shake with the Knicks. See what I did there? Yeah, I'm here all day. And D-Train's bringing up the DeJounte. We talked about him a little bit. For the DeJounte situation, it's really just about, I mean, would he want to be here? It's not even about us, whether we want him or not. Would he want to be here? And if he doesn't want to, see, the problem is, if he don't want to be here, he becomes a problem. You guys already know. If he don't want to be somewhere, he becomes a problem. Would he want to be here? Yes, the chance to win, the chance to be in Madison Square Garden, to play with his Knick team. But would he love playing under Thibs? Thibs is a guy similar to his old coach in Popovich. Would he want to go back to that type of thing? Would he want to be the third option possibly here? Because, you know, to get DeJounte, you might have to trade Julius. You might not. Would you want to be the third option? Because he looks like he doesn't even want to be the second option. Looks like he wants to be the first option. But that's not going to happen, right? So that's one of them things. I don't know. So that's the only knock that I had 2 knocks on DeJounte Murray. One, I think he was immature in how he acts. Some of the stuff that I saw him doing, trying to embarrass players, I thought was a little bit too much. You know, the stuff I saw in the offseason and things like that, I didn't like that. I thought that was dumbness because, you know what I mean? I get it. You are an NBA player. I'm a pickup player just playing in these little charity or these little events for whatever to show my skills and hopefully give myself a chance to get a good look. Now, if you're going out there and say, look, I'm just going to play my game and, you know, you're just not going to look as good as me because I'm better than you, that's fine. But don't try to embarrass me. Throw the ball in my face or smack the ball on my head and do stupid stuff because you're getting snuffed. I'm telling you, right? I don't care who you are, DeJounte who, DeJounte what, DeJounte these. Sorry. I'm trying to keep it PG here. But anyway, yeah, I don't care. Can't do that to me. I don't care if that's my last shot. You think you're going to throw the ball in my face or tap me on the head with the ball and try to make me look funky in front of people that get out of here, bro. You're getting snuffed. So that immaturity is one of the things I didn't like about him. And then the other thing is, like I said, the way he plays, from what he said, if the text message was true, he was told that he was going to get a shot to be a focal point of the Atlanta Hawks. He knew that Trey was there, but it was going to be like a 1-2 punch between the two of them. And yet he was still behind Trey. Trey got all the ball usage, and they couldn't really find a way to use him the way he thought he wanted to be used. So when Trey went down, that's when you see him trying to go crazy, winning game-winning shots and all this stuff, trying to show y'all, yo, I'm the man. So it is what it is. Yeah, man. I don't like that stuff, bro. That got me hot. I was seeing it. I was like, yeah, I could. What? I didn't like that. I didn't like that. As a player, when I played, I'm not tooting my own horn like I was nice. I mean, I was better. The more mad you got me, the more, the worse it was for you. So that's probably where that comes from. Because if that would have happened to me, man, I'm snuffing him. I'm sorry. You're not doing that to me. I don't care. Listen, I don't care if the dude's 7 foot and I'm going to get rocked. You're getting snuffed. We'll talk about it later. You can wake me up and tell me what I did. Anyway. Shout out to E. Gibson in the building. Salute my brother. I hope you're doing well. He says, I trust this front office for the first time in decades. They make wise, calculated moves for the most part. Salute. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. E. Gibson says ATL is a meddling franchise. They have talent and aren't going anywhere. You can't blame DeJounte Murray completely. I like him myself. Like I said, don't get me wrong. I like his game. I just don't know about his mindset. One, his mindset to be able to play with a team and be second or possibly third fiddle and be comfortable with it. And two, his immaturity. I think he's matured because I wasn't the only one that wasn't happy with how he was treating people in those summer games. Some NBA players had said some things. So maybe somebody said something to him. Yeah, come on, that's not the look. No big deal. You learn from it. I don't really care about that. I cared about it at that point. More I care about him being happy with buying into what the Knicks are trying to do in this culture, in this team, and just knowing your role, knowing that we're going to need you to step up when it's time to step up, but understand that this is Jalen Brunson's team. And in some cases, if Julius Randle is here, you're going to have to give up some touches to him as well. Are you comfortable with that? And I don't think he is comfortable with that. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at, guys. That's kind of where we're at. We got to see, man. We got to see what happens. Now, before I get out of here, I just wanted to touch on two more things really quickly. One is, and I'll put this. Let me put this as a poll question. How about that? Let me put this as a poll question. See how you guys feel about it. So you guys tell me what you think about this question. I mean, I'm asking the question. This is just your thoughts because nothing's going to happen. But what do you feel about it? And so the poll question is out there, and the poll question is: does Adam Silver owe the Knicks more compensation because of the Mavs? You know, and you guys know, what happened with the Mavs trying to basically tank towards the end of the season so that we wouldn't get the pick that we were supposed to get had they continued to play the way in which they were playing. And some people may forget, or some people may not have been paying attention, but the Mavs were positioned to be a play-in team at the very least. They were on pace to be a play-in team. They were winning at that level. And then all of a sudden, at the end of the season, or the last few games when it mattered, they decided that it looked like they were not trying to win these games. And basically they didn't make it. And we lost out on the pick. And that pick turned out to be Derek Lively. Now, no one's saying that if the Knicks had that pick, that they would have drafted Derek Lively. But the point is, that's who the pick turned out to be because it was a good pick. It was a nice spot in the draft, a draft that had a lot of decent players in it. So, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? How do you feel? Do you think that Adam Silver should have done more with regards to what Dallas did? Because some people don't think he did enough. Knicks 100 said, Ron, you see what Clutch Sports had to say about us. Was this something new, or was this old? Because if it was old, I've seen it. But if it's something new, I can't promise you that I have. Oh, okay. So I know you're saying what? Yeah. I did see. Yeah, Clutch is Clutch is Clutch. Don't listen to anything that relationship just is not a good one. It just isn't. You guys are not happy with Clutch. I hear that. Nick P in the building says Caruso would be. Hey, Caruso is another guy. We didn't talk about him. Maybe I'll look into him next week. We'll see. Yeah, Caruso's an interesting guy too. Knicks 100 said Ron is actually Randall with a mask on. Ooh. Am I? CAA Mafia. Maybe Justin Edwards. Okay. Let me see what's going on here. This poll. Okay. All right. Votes are still coming in. Okay. All right. And so while I have the poll going, let me ask you guys another question. This ain't a poll question, though. Or maybe it should be. You know what? It should be a poll question. Let's one at a time. These are the last two things, so I'll make them both poll questions to get up out of here. Yeah, because I want to get you guys' thoughts on it, and sometimes it's easier. You guys can just click a yes or a no rather than having to type up a whole bunch of stuff in the chat, even for those who don't even like to type in the chat like that. Oh, I got you. Well, I guess, yeah, but I wouldn't do the I'm not that angry. Like I do play. That was true. As a kid growing up, when I was young, I did play better angry. Like if you did something to disrespect me or things got a little crazy, yeah, you gonna get me. Like because I didn't like being, because I'm 6'4", and really I was 6'5", but I guess I'm more like 6'4.5". I'm a guy who, when I got out there in the court, I like to shoot, shots. I like to shoot threes and take shots. And of course, when you're the biggest guy on the court, or at least the biggest guy on your team, no coach allows you to play on the perimeter. They all want you down low. So yeah, I didn't like that. And for that, it kind of took me out of the game. Like I wasn't as into it as I would have been if you just allowed me to do what I want to do. I'm not going to say I'm not going to be down low and get rebounds and do all the other stuff, but I want to be able to shoot. Like, I mean, I want to let it fly because I had a pretty good shot. I'm not saying I wasn't JJ Redick, but I had a pretty good shot, and I would shoot off the glass too. Like that's just how I played. But coaches, because of my height, would not let me. And I don't know, no matter where I went. When I went to the freaking, played with the Y leagues and they had tournaments. Everybody down low. No perimeter shots. No, they would not let me do it. When I tried to go play with the AAU team, nope, down low. Would not let me do it. I was like, yo, what is going on? It just sucked, bro. It just sucked. Yeah, it did. It did. But anyway, so what would happen is, because I didn't like my role and how I was playing, the only time I really kind of stepped up and did more than what was expected was when I got mad on the court. Like you go up against different players. You may play in Queens, you may play in Brooklyn, you may play in Harlem, wherever it is. You may play Uptown, Riverside, wherever it was. When you go up against that one guy that tests you or a team that tests you and kind of gets your juices flowing, then okay, now it's a game. I don't know. That's just how it was. I remember one time I went up for a layup. It was soft, and the dude pinned my joint. I was like, ooh. Oh, man. I didn't like it. Needless to say, I had a great game. I'll never forget it. Might have been one of my best games ever. I had a great game. But whatever. Okay. That was the old me. This is the new me, the new and improved, the old washed up version who's 47. Sherwin said, Ron, you are 6'4" plus. You must likely have never got into a fight. People mess with you because they know that you can beat them and they will never do it. You are like my best friend brother. Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, I used to get tested a lot as a kid, but as a little kid, when I got to high school, I stopped getting into fights. I was a lot bigger than people, and I was not one of those that was at that point afraid to throw my hands if I needed to. I was pretty good. I don't know boxer, but I was pretty good at just being able to give you a little 1-2 action just to pepper you. My whole thing is, let me tell you something. There's no kids watching this, but if you're a kid out there, let me tell you something. This is a key. This is a key. You may not know how to do a lot of things, right? Learn how to box a little bit, because even if there's some advantages that other guys have of you, they're bigger than you. If you can look like you know what you're doing, and you could pepper somebody a little bit, a little pepper, right? They don't know what else you got in your bag, but if you can pepper them a little bit, a nice little 2-piece will wake some people up. It'll show them a little something. You're like, oh, okay, all right. Well, if he could do that, then he probably can fight. And I'm not saying I was one of those greatest fighters or anything like that. I'm just saying if you can do that, at least you can show them that they don't know what's coming. That helps. A little pepper. Never hurt nobody. Nah. It was okay. Like I said, I could hit you. My 1-2 is nice because I got length. 6'4", 6'5". The reach was real. You know who could pepper? My co-host. John can box. His father was a boxer. John studied boxing. John could box. So anyway, all right. Let's see what this first poll looks like, folks. All right, out of 19 votes, survey says, okay. 20 votes. Does Adam Silver owe the Knicks more compensation because of the Mavs? 70% said yes. 30% said no. I got you. Okay. All right, guys. I hear you. Yeah, I mean, we weren't treated fairly. The Mavs got over on us. In the end, though, guys, all I can say is, would you rather have Derek Lively or Jalen Brunson? Would you rather have Derek Lively or Jalen Brunson? And in my mind, it's Jalen Brunson every day of the week, 24/7. So I'm okay with it. If they got over on us, we didn't get the pick, but we got Jalen Brunson. I'm happy with that. So there we go. Let me put this other one out there. And I know this one is going to be a little bit more interesting. Okay, let's put it like that. This is always interesting. Some of y'all always be like, whatever, you got your own biases. And I know I probably spelled his name wrong. Whatever. Let me find his real name. I hate his last name. Stinks, bro. Makes it harder for me. Yeah. I did spell it wrong. There we go. Okay, guys. Here's the next one. Last one, should I say. Should the Knicks extend Tom Thibodeau? Let's see what you guys are seeing here. D-Train says, I don't think the Mavericks' intention of tanking was because they owed us that pick. I believe they tanked because they knew they wouldn't make a deep run in the playoffs. That's fair. But the point is they tanked. So I get you, though. That's true, because the Mavs were very streaky going down the stretch. They didn't look like they were going to go anywhere in the playoffs, but they did look like they were going to be in the playoffs. That's the crazy thing. Like, they looked like they were going to be in the playoffs, and all of a sudden they wasn't. So that was funky. But I hear you. I don't think it's just about the Knicks either. I think they knew that they weren't going anywhere. They needed that pick. And you can see Derek Lively has been great for them. And he's still a rookie, if I'm not mistaken. So I think. Yeah. So he's been great for them. Yeah, he said, Sherwin said, Ron, my best friend brother, who was bigger and stronger than everyone we knew. We teased him all the time because we knew it was safe to do it. Yeah. That only worked until that only worked until I got to 7th grade. By the time I got to 7th grade, that teasing and stuff wasn't rocking anymore. You know what I mean? Because after a while, you just get sick of the teasing. Like, okay, calm down. I know I'm taller than you. All right. Once you start testing me a little too much, at first, as a young kid, you got to feel yourself out and know who you are, and you allow things to happen until one day you get sick of that and it's a little too much. Then you got to find somebody. You know how they say you always find the biggest person in the group and go after that person? That seriously really works. It's really true. So I found somebody just as big as me. All right. Facts, Allah. Oh man, remember those days? Lee patches. Wow. Yeah. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. Yeah, man. Back when I was young, yeah. that was me. I did not, you know, I didn't like what I was doing, and I didn't give my all in a lot of situations. As it took a lot, it took as me getting older to understand a lot more about me and my role in playing. And also, what helps too is when you start to go play at bigger levels, at higher levels as you get older, and you wound up playing with guys your size or bigger. Because now you can do what you want to do. And then now it's like regular basketball. Now I feel comfortable. Okay, now I'm just as tall as a lot of they're tall as me. So now I can do what I want to do. Let me see. RD Barnes says, I say give Thibs that extension, but I'm pretty sure there will be contingencies in that contract should this team suddenly crash and burn. Yeah. Knicks 100 says, I don't like not playing players, but I respect the hell out of Thibs. He brought us back from the ashes. I will never forget Thibs' time here. It's true. It's true. E. Gibson said, I would say extend Thibs 2 to 3 years to fit with the JB Randall timeline. I believe the front office, Brunson and Thibs, are on the same page with the health and some basic additions. We are title contenders. Yeah, my whole thing is if I don't know what's happening with Johnny Bryant, man. I don't know what these guys promised. I don't know if it even matters. But if it don't matter, then yeah, extend Thibs. But I would say extend him around that same window as well. Don't give him too many years because let's not forget, it's not like Tom Thibodeau is in his 50s or 60s. Tom Thibodeau is in his 70s, I think. Yeah, right? Let me see. What's Tom Thibodeau's age right now? I'm bugging. Tom Thibodeau. Dibsdale Thibodeau. 66. Okay. All right. I mean, he's still older than a lot of coaches, but I mean, he's not in his 70s. He can move around. He ain't Joe Biden age. So I don't know. Yeah, I still wouldn't give him more than 3 or 4 years. I don't know if I would give him a full 5-year contract. I don't know about that. Or maybe it would be like a 5-year contract with 2 team options. I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe Pete. I don't doubt it. Obi's problem is it's about positioning. It ain't about ability or athleticism. He can jump. It's about him putting himself in the right the right position to get the rebounds. We've seen Josh Hart fly in from everywhere to get rebounds. It's all about being willing to throw your body out there and also anticipating where the shots are falling off the rim. That's the difference between a good rebounder and a bad rebounder. Being able to, throw your body out there and anticipate where the ball's coming off the rim. These guys study that stuff. They track it. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Well, like I said, if I'm dealing with a 7-footer, I'm telling you, if DeJounte Murray was 7 feet and I'm out there in the court and he does what he did to me, he's getting a 2-piece. You can wake me up later and tell me what I did. How'd it look? Before I went down, of course. Pause. D-Train says Thibs definitely deserves an extension. The players love him, and he has changed the culture of the ball club. I hear you. Sherwin says 65, 66. Okay. E. Gibson agreed with both Knicks 100 and D-Train comments. Thibs has been a huge part of changing the culture and bringing a winning mindset back to New York. I agree with that. Sometimes that matters more than you think. That's a possibility. Daddy Brunson might be in line. Who knows? But I also kind of wonder about Johnny Bryant. I'm still like, they had to tell him, like, after this year, if Donovan Mitchell decides to leave Cleveland and go somewhere else, then the Johnny Bryant stuff, it'll be officially over as far as that connection stuff. It'll just be about, is Johnny Bryant continue to help this Knick team going forward, like what we got going on here. Because let's not forget the real reason we brought Johnny Bryant in here was the connection to Donovan Mitchell. And if that Donovan Mitchell ship officially sails, then that part of it goes with it. So then it's all about whether he wants to be here and see this out, see what we got going on, or if he wants to get his own opportunities somewhere else. Yeah, it's unbelievable, bro. Thibs is a monster, man. I don't know how he does it, but he definitely does it, man. It's like his legs don't get tired. He's rocking. Shout out to him. He does stand up the whole game. Thibs is in great shape. Shout out to Ala Wise for bringing that up. Hey, man, no doubt, Sha. You know how we do. Always, bro. Thank you for coming on the show for a little bit, man. I appreciate it. D Coolest says, salute. He says, I think the ship has sailed. You might be right, D Coolest. There might be Johnny Bryant's time to move on, especially not, the fact that Thibs has been doing pretty well as a coach here. And I think Daddy Brunson has had a good impact over here. So I think the organization likes having him here too. So Pete says Thibs like the coach for White Shadow. Y'all old heads remember White Shadow, don't you? I mean, you young whippersnappers don't know what White Shadow is. That's a fair. D-Train says Thibs reminds me of an Aaron Boone because, like Boone, only his players appreciate him while everyone outside the organization wants him gone. Interesting. Okay, so let's look at the results of this poll. What are we at here? All right, 27 votes and 74% said yes. 26% says no. So 74% of you guys believe Thibs should get his extension. And there you go. There you go. Oh man. Anyway, all right, guys. I think that's pretty much it. I think we had a really good show today. Good conversation. Good talks about these different options. Unfortunately, Sherwin had to hit us with a reality check, and that Mikal Bridges thing is a lot tougher than it looks to get that done because Brooklyn's got some strong cap issues over there on their own end. Once again, we realize that even if the Knicks can find a way to make it work on their end with their cap issues, which they're not as bad, but Brooklyn's got some real strong cap issues over there. So it's not good. That $38 million to Ben Simmons is albatross. That's nasty business right there. that's a rough one. Which is not, it stinks for Brooklyn because it's not fair to them that they invested in a guy they thought they could get the best out of him. They thought he was healthy all these different times, and they thought he might love the change of scenery and the ability to take a different team to the playoffs, and it just hasn't worked out. But hey, guys, once again, Ben Simmons looks great so far this offseason. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Wiz, shout out to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. He said, what's the rush? Let's have him coach through one more playoff season, then extend him if he gets us to the ECF. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's because, you know what I mean? You want your coach to be rewarded just like a player is rewarded. And you want to continue to get the best out of everybody. So why wouldn't you try to ensure that you continue to get the best out of Tom Thibodeau? You know what I mean? You don't want Tom Thibodeau to be disgruntled thinking, especially when you're thinking, oh, when he's thinking he has the opportunity to get extended, and then all of a sudden you pull the rug out from under him and you tell him, well, we would like you to play out the rest of this remaining contract and we'll deal with it in the offseason next year. It's kind of like a little slap in the face, especially considering He's been coach of the year twice. He's been a runner-up, but he's been in the running for coach of the year again. He's got the team to the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years. Under him, you've had 2 All-Stars and 2 All-NBA players. You got other players that are having career years under him. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to reward people. So I get it though. I mean, but as much as I say that for Thibs, I would love for them to take that stance with the players. I would love for them to get OG to buy in to, just playing out the final year of his deal, and Brunson and Julius to play out the final years of their deal. So that way, new money, and all that stuff, they get a little flexibility. We were talking about maybe 3 or 4 years, Wiz, not like 5 years, maybe 3 with a team option for the 4th year or something like that, depending on where the Knicks are going. If they look like they are continuing to improve and the window of a championship is close. But if it's starting to get worse, or if the team is falling apart, if Julius walks, and all types of crazy stuff could happen in the next 2 to 3 years. You want to be able to have the flexibility to move on from Thibs as well. Even if you have to fire him, you don't want to have to, have too much liability in what you still owe him. Yeah. I think that works. Anyway, all right, guys, listen. It's beautiful weather wherever you are, I'm sure. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and have fun. Have fun. We're going to keep watching what the Knicks do. It's going to be a long off season. I do feel, I've said it before, if the Knicks are going to make a trade, it's going to happen before or on draft night. After draft night, it's over. No more trade talk. The Knicks just find a way to figure out the rest of their roster. They may use their draft picks to bring in some guys that will help us in an emergency, but most likely it'll just be guys that can develop on the team. You try to bring everybody else back, and then maybe bring in 1 or 2 players that can play right now to help our bench. And that's it. So once again, guys, I want to thank you all for being here, rocking with me. Shout out to all of you still here, the 112 of y'all, those on X. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the people on YouTube. Shout out to everybody who came in and joined me. Just Knicks, appreciate you, man. I know we couldn't really chop it up the way we would have wanted to, but hopefully, we will next week or some other time. Shout out to my guy Mets. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Shah Powers in the building. Appreciate you. Shout out to Nice, who was able to jump up here. Thank you, all of you guys, for helping to make this show what it is. Thank you to everybody in the chat for continuing to make the conversation a good one. I can't tell you how much that it helps with what I've got going on, and also I think it's really good to have this type of dialogue, and really, as long as it's thought out, and a fair conversation, it's always going to be welcomed here. I appreciate all you guys, man. Shout out to all y'all. Y'all did a great job in the chat today. Very informative. Some of you definitely, ate your Wheaties this morning because y'all were on it. So shout out to you guys. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, man, let's just continue to support this team. It's the year of speculation. There's going to be a lot of stuff. We'll see what happens. But, regardless of what happens, in the end, we are still Knick fans. All right. So as I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knick fans. We'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30-ish for Know the Ledge, where I talk y'all off the ledge. And hopefully I don't have to give you this.
Let's see if I know the ledge.
Y'all don't need that. Y'all better than that. All right. So shout out to y'all. Whether it be on Monday nights for SKF Weekly, where you'll see me chopping it up normally with John, and eventually, hopefully, with my guy Jose when he's able to come back. And you might see me during the week, whether it be on the NBA wrap up on Nothing But Knicks or the wrap up on the Front Stoop channel. We took a little break from that, but we're gonna get back into stuff. And then also, there's gonna be another show that we kind of touched on last week a little bit, and I would expect that that's going to happen sprinkled in here and there. I don't know how often I'm going to do it, but I will definitely do it whenever I have some thoughts that I want to talk about that are outside of necessarily Knicks basketball. It'll be called One Man's Thoughts, and we'll see. We'll get into different things. I don't know, what's going to be the next time I do it, but when I do it, you guys will know. So shout out to everybody once again. You guys have a great rest of your day. Robert Woodard, what up, brother? Man, you just missed it. I'm about to get up out of here, but hey, replay gang, baby. You know what I mean? What up, Robert? Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, man. Thank you guys. Thanks, D-Train. Have a great day, Ronnie says. Pete Panogiotopoulos in the building. He says, appreciate you. Take care of yourself. Yeah, man. Wiz, I need more time to think. A dancing troll, so check the playback comments later. Oh, wait. I heard there is a new show that you can audition for called So You Know You Can't Dance. Ah, jerk. Okay, Wiz. I see you. Okay. Oh, man. E. Gibson says, salute, Ron. Have a great weekend. There's a lot of positives going forward with this organization. Appreciate you. And deuces from my guy, Wiz. Appreciate you. Thank you for the generous super chat. Hey, once again, guys, listen. If you haven't already checked it out, please feel free. I mean, as always, you guys can always buy us a cup of coffee if you want to support. The super chats are great too. Appreciate that. You're welcome to, like I said, support that way if you want. Put that in the chat just so y'all know that that's available to you. And I want to shout out somebody because somebody bought a coffee last week, and I wasn't able to shout them out because it happened and I didn't see it as I ended the show. So let me just pull this up because I do want to shout them out. Yes. Shout out to my guy, Will Salkin. Okay. Thank you, Will. Appreciate you. You bought me a coffee last Saturday and I wasn't able to acknowledge it. So thank you, Will Salkin. I don't know if you've been available today, but if you see this, you know what I mean? Hopefully you see it. I appreciate you, Will. And maybe next week I'll do a little slide thing and I'll show that so that way, you get officially acknowledged. But thank you for buying us a coffee last week. So once again, appreciate you guys. Hey, Jersey Shore, it's okay, brother. That's what the replay is about. It's a long show, so you can kind of skim through different parts and see what's interesting to you. The conversation was really good. Shout out to everybody today once again. And if you guys also want to support by getting some merch, a little something, get yourself a nice little barbecue apron that says Still Knick Fans while y'all chef it up on the grill, they're flipping them burgers and them glizzies. Pause. Whatever you got to do, man. That's available too. Get yourself a little merch. Look at something like this. still on the show. So I'm back, guys. All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in and checking that out. Jay Boogie, my guy, I appreciate you, my brother. 3 capital S's. Salute. He said, "Hey, it's my favorite Saturday show. Shout out to the family and blessings, health and happiness to this vacation we all on. Salute. 3 capital S's. My guy, Jay Boogie. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you as always, man. You know how much I appreciate you, bro. Yeah. So that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you once again. Take care. Shout out to everybody. Have a great rest of your Saturday. We'll catch you on the next one, man. Hopefully the Knicks do something that makes sense for the team, whatever that may be.